Let's get it started.
Yeah.
Now it counts. It's for real. It's opening night, week 1, the kickoff to the 2005 NFL season. Coming up after all the pregame pageantry, the Patriots hosting the Raiders in Foxborough. Jordan is the tailback. The fake to him. Collins rolling right, throwing, caught, touchdown. Courtney Anderson, one of those tight ends. And so the Oakland Raiders, coming off a 5-11 season at Foxborough against the Super Bowl champions, make it look easy going. 3rd down and 9. Indeed they do. 3 rush, 8 back, and still Brady finds Branch wide open for a touchdown. 8 guys back, and Branch got that free. Saw Crockett in the last series. Collins to throw. Collins going deep. Collins from Moss. He juggles it, then catches it. Harrison can't tackle him. And Randy Moss, who comes to Oakland after 7 illustrious seasons with Minnesota, scores on a 73-yard throw and catch. Looking to Tim Dwight. Touchdown. Tim Dwight came into the game on 2nd down and goal. And the much-traveled receiver who gives you a lot of speed and is a great return man makes the catch. He is the 7th different Patriot to catch a ball tonight.
He just hasn't been very effective.
From the 8-yard line, 1st and goal. This is Dillon to the end zone. Touchdown. 8-yard run. Dillon in behind Stephen Neal providing the escort. So Collins turns it over, and the Patriots cash in nearly immediately. From the 25 to the 2, it's 1st down and goal. And Dillon will angle his way in for a touchdown.
Run a quarterback for us, what he could do.
Throws. It's caught in the back of the end zone. Courtney Anderson. He goes to the tight end, who is wide open along the back line for the touchdown.
An onside kick.
Yeah. Otherwise, all New England would need.
The game, every game the Patriots play in.
And that will write an official finish to this.
What a spectacular day in Western New York. 75 degrees and sunny. 4th down and goal at the 1. Carr rolls. He's got room. Carr, can he get to the corner? Yep, touchdown. 2nd and goal at the 1. Lossman fires in the end zone. Jason Peters, the tackle-eligible play. And that must be Sam White somewhere up there calling that one. Started to cause him problems, and unfortunately he wasn't able to finish the season, but you know, he is a warrior, and the game called him back, and he's happy with this Buffalo Bills squad, and I'm sure 117 yards, no touchdown.
Roberto Garza is an eligible receiver on the end of the line at the top of your screen. Why not? They stick with Jones. He'll try it outside. Can he get there? Touchdown. Back to the air, wide open. The catch by Williams. Roy Williams, we're going back and forth. Touchdown. No flags. Good start for this Bears defense. Good punt here by Harris. Wade from inside the 30. Bobby Wade still on his feet. He's got blockers. Harris in his way. Touchdown, Chicago. No flags. Orton down the middle. Muhammad. Welcome to Chicago. In the end zone. Blitz. The pass picked off. That's Brown. Back the other way. Brown will coast, as are the Bears. points here in the first half, and a penalty flag comes down at the very end of the return.
Who comes in with the interception, and just a change of positions there by these two safeties. Again, Joey Harrington not seeing the safety blitz, and then he's short on the throw. Mike Brown sees it all the way. He collects it, and as you said, Joe, in the open field, I'm not sure there's a better defensive back as far as being able to get on a good job of doing their assignments.
Jones right up the middle of this defense into the end zone for another touchdown. We will come back and wrap things up. 38-6 is our final today. The Bears get their first win of the year in their home opener. An impressive showing today by Lovie Smith's team.
3rd and 5. Favre. Open man again is Driver. Driver cuts the corner and high steps it home for the touchdown. Fake to Drones, open man, it's Hyden, touchdown, Cleveland.
Oh man, you're the quarterback, 1st and goal from the 1. They send the play in. You know what you think, Jim? Fullback was wide open for about an 8 or 10 yard gain.
2nd down and 10. On the slant, there goes Braylon Edwards. Edwards on a foot race, and no one's going to get near him. 80 yards for the Browns and the touchdown.
Well, that play reminded me of Trent Dilfer back when he played for the Baltimore Ravens. He threw some short passes that were just caught and gone.
It's a 3rd down. 3rd and 5 with 3:47 to play. Favre waiting, now firing. End zone, man's open. It's Ferguson, but there is a flag. Flag down. Ferguson brings it in.
Holding, 98, defense, penalties applied. It's good, touchdown.
Green Bay coming out of this 2-minute warning now. Again, the Packers with 1 timeout. That's it. Cleveland comes out throwing. Hyden gets away. Hyden inside the 40. That's a foot race. Hyden looks over both shoulders, and that will put it away. He broke away from Mark Roman, and the Browns go 62 yards.
I guess, we'll go back to the beginning. Mike Sherman says this Cleveland offense, they're hard to get a handle on. And in situations...
He went 80 yards and then 62 yards to Hyden. That's Fisher, and he darts, he's in. But only 4 seconds. All right, Longwell comes at it from the side. And the ball bounces around, and the Browns recover. Poole falls on it. Brett Favre congratulates Trent Dilfer. First time Dilfer's ever topped Favre here at Lambeau. Quite a game here. 26-24, the Browns win it. For Phil Simms, Bonnie Bernstein, Jim Nance, Greg Gumbel and company coming up from New York in a moment.
1st down and 10 for Cincinnati. Palmer. And he will find Johnson in the end zone for a touchdown. A quick strike, an 18-yard throw by Carson Palmer. Palmer with the hesitation looking for Henry, and he's got him for a touchdown. Chris Henry, his first career NFL touchdown. At the 2. Trying to preserve the shutout, the Bengal defense, and it's gone. Thomas Jones slithers in on a 2-yard burst. 2nd down 7. Let's see if Cincinnati goes here. And Palmer wide open. Chad Johnson, and did he cross? He did for his 2nd touchdown today. A 40-yard toss.
Completely, if you're Kyle Orton, just get on to your education as a young quarterback. They ship Fourier over to the right side, and they'll run it with Dillon. Dillon springs free, touchdown, New England. Looked like he might be stopped right at the line of scrimmage, but he bounced away and found freedom in the end zone.
Barometer game to see if we know how to win consistently.
Well, here's Roethlisberger going for Ward, and he hits him in stride. Ward, with Samuel losing his footing, is going to take it all the way. 85 yards for a Pittsburgh touchdown.
Roethlisberger's pass complete to Hines Ward. 85 yards and a Steeler touchdown.
First and goal to go. Dillon dives, and Dillon is in for the touchdown. Corey Dillon's second score of the day. First and goal at the 4. Fake to Parker. Up top they go, and Hines Ward with the touchdown.
Steelers do not even bother to call their last timeout.
I thought if they're going to take the last one, they take another one to maybe have a chance to try to do something if he makes this. Vinatieri with the kick from 43 yards, and he does it again with 1 second.
Unbelievable.
How about the fourth quarter for Tom Brady? 12 for 12, 168 yards.
Yeah, give him a lot of credit. He threw it extremely well. The offensive line, everything, Jim, the play.
There isn't a better home field advantage in the NFL than right here at Arrowhead Stadium for the Kansas City Chiefs. Before this packed house, they take the field with a record of 2-1, preparing to take on the Philadelphia Eagles, also with a record of 2-1. It's the NFL on Fox. A great interconference battle late today for you right here. And he's got a great quarterback out there in Brian Dawkins. That's picked off. That's exactly what the Eagles needed. Sheldon Brown will walk in for the touchdown. And Sheldon was waiting for that pass from Trent Green. The Eagles have life here with 4:41 left in the first half. At left guard, it's first and goal. McNabb over the middle, touchdown Owens. The Eagles get the turnover, and Owens comes down the field, sets up the first and goal, and then scores the touchdown. A 7-yard completion here at Arrowhead, so it's an 11-point game at the half. But everything's good with you and Brian Waters now? It's all good?
Yeah, and I'm happy about that. He's a big man. He's bigger than he was.
Oh, man, I bet he is. And Owens has eaten up this Kansas City secondary. McNabb keeps it. Nice fake. Hangs in and throws for the touchdown to Bartram. Mike Bartram is the long snapper for the Philadelphia Eagles, and now the Eagles indicate they're going to go for 2. His second career touchdown. And now out of the backfield, Westbrook. And all of a sudden it's a tie game at 24. Brian Westbrook, who's been a non-factor. Play action, McNabb gets out of trouble and flips for the touchdown to Smith. And McNabb showing great feet, good agility, bad groin at all to avoid trouble. This may be the best run organization in the NFL, the Philadelphia Eagles, from the front office to the head coach, to the coordinators, to the assistants, to the actual personnel.
We're in Mexico City at the Estadio Azteca with 105,000 fans to see the first NFL regular season game ever played on international soil. Here's the tailback. And McCown to throw on first down. Under pressure, hit the ball's loose. San Francisco has it. Touchdown. Corey Smith.
It is now. Corey Smith was hit as he went towards the goal line, fumbled, and the 49ers still got on it. Michael, I said in the opening that defensive line with Brian Young, the one thing that they have to do in order to slow this offense down is get in the face of Josh McCown. Look at this. I mean, they just fired up the middle.
Let J.J. Arrington, the rookie, spend his time learning how to play the game.
Ship again. Lost the ball. San Francisco's got it. Derek Johnson, the rookie.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
This will be the second defensive touchdown. Travis Hall knocked it away. Derek Johnson goes 79 yards. Holy cow.
Here I am trying to get the kid a job.
You did. But I'll tell you, this is the quickest way I know to lose it, is to fumble the ball inside the 20-yard line, and it's returned for a touchdown. You don't throw it.
I think you have to throw it in the middle of the football field to one of your inside slot guys.
McCown with time. He'll float this toward the end zone. Fitzgerald!
Let him go up and make a play.
He is special at 6'3", 220.
It's the second time we've seen Larry Fitzgerald go up and just take the ball away.
They're going to go for two here. Is the heart of the middle of that defense.
And they got a touchdown, went for two and didn't get it. That's 6. The other way's 5 field goals. Down to the goal line. Touchdown. It's Anquan Bolton. McCown on a post through a strike. Well, Josh McCown certainly making a statement. This is the first drive tonight that has lasted 10 plays for San Francisco. A lot of 3 and outs.
Oh, man.
Had no chance. Safety blitz. Adrian Wilson, the strong safety, as they really came after the young quarterback that time.
Taking the ball with him.
McCown says, that's mine. And I don't blame him. Young man had a career night.
He gave it to Mike Bidwell, the son of Bill Bidwell, who owns the team.
Well, if you're not going to keep it yourself, giving it to the owner is a great idea. The final score, 31-14. Stay tuned for SportsCenter. For Joe Theismann, Paul McGuire, Susie Colbert, and our entire crew, this is Mike Patrick saying goodnight from Estadio Azteca in Mexico.
We should have some fun today. A battle in the NFC East. The Philadelphia Eagles are flying high, and they are here in Dallas to take on the Dallas Cowboys. Bledsoe with plenty of time. End zone. Glenn for the touchdown. On a 4th and goal. They start their 3rd possession going for Glenn. Glenn! Touchdown. No flags. Play action. Bledsoe. Polite. Touchdown Dallas. How about 61 plays of offense? Keyshawn Johnson. The ball comes free. It ends up in the arms of Sheldon Brown. The big hit. Brown the other way for a touchdown. And Philadelphia wondering if that will get them back in this game. Romo takes a knee.
And the good news for Philadelphia is on the flip side of that, they've been very...
It's 32 teams in the NFL. It's 64 corners, 64 safeties, and 32 nickelbacks. And not a one. Look at my face. Not a one. All right, I don't need to say no more.
Alternating a lot of personnel, 2 tight ends, and Greg Jones is in as the running back. Leftwich, a little floater out in the flat. Catch by Reister, the tight end. Hurdles a man and goes in for the touchdown. George Reister with his first touchdown catch of the year and only his 3rd grab overall.
You know what this is, Joe? This is looking at Jimmy Smith and worried about Jimmy Smith getting behind.
No, Paul's right.
You guys are old school.
Paul, you bet. Palmer under pressure for the end zone. Johnson, what a catch.
What a throw.
Got the feet down. That'll be a touchdown. At least he's not doing the river dance.
He's just pumping up the ball. That's all. That one does not go into the creative top 10. But you know what? It's still a touchdown.
And he's been that way his entire career. Leftwich rifles this one to Wilford. Wilford using that strength gets into the end zone for a touchdown.
That's what happens when you have size at the wide receiver position. Wilford's almost 220 pounds. He's 6'4".
Basketball play, you just go set a screen for somebody. Palmer with good protection. Henry, touchdown.
Well, he zeroed in on Chris Henry right from the snap. That's exactly where he was going to go. They wanted the Jaguars in double coverage. They got it, and they're fighting for home field. They know how important it is to try and gain home field in the playoffs.
This was the best start the Bengals had had since 1988.
Fox Sports welcomes you to Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City, where the Washington Redskins have never won. And today, the 120th consecutive sellout crowd will be on hand as the Kansas City Chiefs host the Washington Redskins. Now 3rd and goal, Cooley in motion. Again, a bootleg to the left. Brunell directing traffic. He throws and has the touchdown. Santana Moss.
What? I don't know how he got that one in there. I'm on the play. Santana Moss. There's Chris Cooley in motion. He goes in and he whips back out. What a great move. Here he comes right along the goal line. What a great move by Santana Moss.
2nd and 2 from the 6. Priest holds. Into the end zone for the touchdown.
But I don't think you really go to that card until you're about the midway point of the 4th quarter.
2-point conversion attempt. Jump ball situation. It is caught by Mark Boerichter for the 2-point conversion. So and Lionel Dalton, a former Washington Redskin. 2nd down and 19. Santana Moss. 1st down and more. Down the sideline. Santana Moss takes it all the way. 78 yards for the Redskins. Touchdown.
Well, I've just had my 2 least favorite plays in the NFL show great results. The jump ball fade in the goal.
2nd and 3 from the Chiefs' 25. Cartwright lets it back inside. Lost the football. And the Chiefs have it. Sammy Knight inside the 30, the 20. He will take it 80 yards into the end zone. The 3rd Redskins turnover, and Knight turns it into his 5th career touchdown.
This has been a problem for the Redskins all season. They're -5 in the turnover ratio, and you just get done talking about how Rock Cartwright is such a solid backup because he's not going to have a play like this that can get you beat. It's an important drive for the Redskins right here. You know, a field goal is not going to be good enough. They need to get 7.
2nd and 6, play fake. Brunell to the end zone. Chris Cooley, touchdown.
And it's the bootleg again. It's the play that they really had a problem with.
It's amazing how quiet it gets in here when the Chiefs are on offense. Off the fake, end around. The screen to Priest Holmes. Into Redskins territory. Holmes still on his feet. Inside the 30, the 20. Tiptoeing down the sideline.
What an effort.
He's in. Touchdown.
What an effort.
60 yards. Wow.
This is a superior individual effort. And some help down the field from his buddies, but
to Priest Holmes, and the Chiefs win it by the score of 28-21. Dick Vermeil's Chiefs now 3-2. Redskins 3-2 as well.
Here in Pittsburgh, it's sunny and windy. Temperature 60 degrees. Jacksonville 3-2, trailing Indianapolis in the south of the AFC. And Pittsburgh a half game behind Cincinnati in the AFC.
2 interceptions by the Jaguar defense against a team that hadn't lost one all season. 1st and goal at the 7. Jones. Greg Jones down to the goal line. And touchdown, Jacksonville. So Jones replacing the star runner Fred Taylor, and all that he has done in this first quarter is rush for 59 yards and now a touch. And Jacksonville has maintained its mark of not allowing a point in the first quarter all season. No other team has done that. Jerome Bettis in the backfield. Maddox scurries, throws underneath, complete to Heath Miller. He's to the goal line. Touchdown!
Well, that's what Bill Cowher was looking for when he drafted Miller in the first round out of Virginia.
Duval, a runner at the 30-yard line, and the punt by Chris Hansen. Hangs it high. We saw Randall L. check the room to run, and they got the block down the sidelines. Only the kicker to beat, and he's on his way for a touchdown. Antoine Randall L.
Well, normally on a punt return, you could look at several blocks. On this one, it looked like just one was the difference.
It's 3rd and 2 at the 10. They stack up the line of scrimmage. Leftwich lobs it into the end zone. It's caught by Jones, the rookie. Does it count? A flag is down, and so is Leftwich.
Roughing the passer. Defense, number 43.
They talked about
automatic first down.
They talked about number 18, Matt Jones, when he was the surprise first-round pick, and they said super hands. He's a basketball player at Arkansas.
Well, Terry McCauley said automatic first down. He didn't realize that it was actually a touchdown catch by Matt Jones.
Tails. What's your call, Jacksonville? His call is tails. Let's go heads. Let's go heads. It is heads. Pittsburgh won the toss. You want the ball?
Well, the Steelers will get it first in this 17-17 tie.
And then they went away from it.
5 wides. Maddox. Intercepted. It's Rashean Mathis to win it for Jacksonville. Mathis, who is maturing as one of the top cornerbacks in the league, wasn't seen by Maddox, darts in front of the receiver, and has his first interception for a touchdown in the NFL, 41 yards.
Tommy Maddox looking to the left of the field, comes back to Quincy Morgan. I can't explain what he saw.
So for Dane Dierdorf and Armin Katayan, I'm Dick Enberg. Final score, 23-17. Jacksonville in overtime. Stay tuned for the second half of our doubleheader. You're watching the NFL on CBS. Westbrook set in motion. He's an excellent receiver. McNabb steps away from pressure, throws hard, touchdown, Terrell Owens.
Three trips.
Second down, pump, throw down the middle. Keenan McCardell for a touchdown. McCardell with his 6th touchdown grab of the season. Breeze to the end zone. Touchdown to Gates. My, oh my. 6 catches here in the second half for Antonio Gates. And the Chargers, who have been outplayed most of this game, now own the lead. 40-yard attempt. And it's blocked. And picked up. This could go all the way. Matt Ware. Touchdown. After a dismal performance in Dallas, and the Chargers go home the best 3-4 team that one might have seen in many years.
In terms of turnovers committed inside the red zone is usually about 4. They gave 3 away last week. Manning to the end zone, looking for Foles, and he takes it down for the touchdown.
Illegal contact. 25 of the defense. That penalty is declined. Touchdown.
Touchdown to Burris. Nick Ferguson with the illegal contact in this situation. It's a first down off the penalty. And it's Mike Anderson. He crosses the plane. Touchdown. Touchdown Denver. Third play of the second half. First and goal. Carswell's eligible. There's the pass. And it's right back over to Kyle Johnson. That was his series. Touchdown Denver. First and goal to go. Tiki Barber up the middle and touchdown New York Giants.
What a drive by the Giants. Throw it in the end zone.
Manning looking. Here comes the pressure pass. Catch is made. It's Toomer again against the Broncos like he did back in '98.
Well into Arizona territory now. Marion Barber up the middle. A first down and more. And a touchdown for Marion Barber. So 2nd and 10 now. McCown with something of a pocket up top for Bolden. Touchdown Cardinals.
Wow. Right now. He's one-on-one. I'd go to him.
Touchdown Cowboys. Well, they love that little play with Keyshawn in the corner. Cardinals with Witten in the backfield. The hand is to Barber. He finds that same seam up the middle. Touchdown Dallas. Who have better than 12 minutes left to try to get back in this one, down by only a couple of touchdowns. Oh, he is wrapped up from behind and throws the interception. Anthony Henry, who led the league in picks as a rookie in Cleveland. He might take this one all the way back to the house.
Slim Edwards and John Hall have been rolling off the rock. He's trying to gather any advantage he could by getting off quick.
Second false start today by Chicago. 3rd and 12. In the middle for Moose. What a catch! Touchdown Chicago. And there's the walk. 23 yards for the native from Lansing, Michigan. Offensive touchdown in 2 straight weeks and haven't allowed a rushing touchdown this season. Jones looking to break that record. And he does. Pressure again on Garcia. Throw back across the body. This could be it. It will be it. Game. Bears. Charles Tillman seals the deal.
10 years in the league, 10 times 1,000 yards rushing for Curtis Martin, the veteran Jets running back. He needs a big game today against the Chargers for the Jets to pull off the win. And this game will be brought to you in high definition. 20 out of 28 trips. Touchdown, and here's Tomlinson. He finds the end zone, and the 2-game drought ends on the first Charger possession. And that was a very impressive first series for San Diego.
Well, a great cut doesn't mean anything unless you have someplace that's indefensible if Abraham doesn't get out into the flat.
San Diego picking at the bones of this Jets defense, and that's the strength of the New York team. Here's, oh, what a move by LaDainian Tomlinson. Oh, my, touchdown. Oh, my, what a play.
Well, first of all, look at the pass. He takes it right in stride, and then the move on Ty Law. Wow.
Curtis Martin, the tailback. And he gets the call up the middle, and that is his 100th career touchdown. The 10th running back in history to hit the century mark.
And of those previous 99, Dick, I'm not sure how many more of them meant something to their team than this one. Desperately needed was that touchdown run by Curtis Martin.
2nd and goal. Tomlinson, he's got the trifecta. 3rd touchdown for LaDainian Tomlinson through a huge hole.
And right behind Neal.
And Neal, who loves that ISO block, Dan, and just get that linebacker lined up. And biggest of the lot.
What a beautiful piece of play calling and blocking on the left side.
You build your team around your quarterbacks, and when 1 and 2 are knocked out in the same game in the same 5-minute period, that does provoke disaster. Throw, touchdown, there it is. Gerald Soule finally ends the drought. And Bollinger has his first big league touchdown pass.
To give up in that kind of a 3rd and long.
Plenty of time left, 6:20. Bollinger stumbles, throws to the end zone. Touchdown, does it count? Was he inbounds? Yes. Lavernius Coles.
Well, that is some comeback by Coles. And you can see Edwards saying we're going to go for 2 on this touchdown to try to get within a field goal is actually on the line. But then from this angle, you could see from that angle it looks in.
Prevent slot left. Now the backfield empty. And it's batted down by Cooper, who came in from the right side. No, make it Jerry Wilson. We hope you've enjoyed this first half of our doubleheader from the Meadowlands, where the final score will be 31-26 San Diego.
And major kudos to the New York Jets. 2 and 5 coming into this game. Every reason to roll over and play dead. They played hard.
Stay tuned. Our second half of the doubleheader, the Steelers at the Packers. We'll send you to New York, and Greg Gumbel, Capital One update right after this.
A lot of gesticulating, and now a quick drop and a fade to Harrison, and Harrison is able to make the catch for the touchdown. One-on-one with Asante Samuel, the left corner, and Indianapolis strikes first. 5 receivers, all running patterns. Brady steps away from the pressure and throws for a touchdown to Deion Branch. Knee injury for Harrison, gone for the year. 2nd and goal. James is going to bull his way in for a touchdown. 4-man rush. Manning throwing, and Reggie Wayne spins around and is able to make the catch and stays in bounds. Touchdown. England's first penalty tonight at a most inopportune time. And the ball is given to Dominique Rhodes, who has come in for James, and Rhodes is across for a touchdown. Dominique Rhodes gets to the goal line and in. Yes, it's tough to find money for in Indianapolis with Peyton and Edra and James and all those guys, but Daniel Graham takes it. He's inside the 20, inside the 10, and Daniel Graham gets New England back into the game. Indy blitzing, and the pass is caught by Brown for the touchdown. So Brady went to the line of scrimmage under center. Branch started to come in. Peyton using all of the clock. Out of the pocket. Going deep. He's got his main man, and that's Marvin Harrison for the touchdown. Wind up with a sack, so of all things, by running that extra play, Mathis keeps his streak alive of having a sack in every game this season.
Touchdowns, 9 field goals, and that's what you want. Play fake. They set up Dallas Clark. He tries to beat his man in the corner. Touchdown. James, single setback. Here's the edge. Touchdown. Yards and a touchdown. He's hit 11 of his last 12. Brandon Stokely. Touchdown. Confidence builder. 2nd and 4. Wells, can he get to the corner? Yes, yes! Touchdown!
After reviewing the play, the ruling on the field stands. A run across the goal line. It is a touchdown.
Yeah, you can't overturn it from the things that we saw there. And we had some pretty good angles of it.
They're down and 1. Play action. Carr in the end zone. Touchdown. Texans. Manning. Pump fake to Marvin Harrison, wide open. 6 points.
Gus, look at this guy work.
For the Colts next 2 weeks, very difficult for Indianapolis.
At the door, they've scored only 3 touchdowns their last 16 trips in the red zone, but this certainly has a strong chance to be different. First and goal to go to the end zone, and there's a grab. Chris Chambers, touchdown, Miami. Second down, 11. Blitz to the end zone to Watson, touchdown, New England.
I'm not sure if that was not Jason Taylor's man running back there.
Minutes remaining.
Quick snap.
Able to field it, throw it, touchdown, Miami! Chris Chambers.
The football was snapped early, nobody moved, and the Patriots did not react.
Well, they're still going up, going for it all. In the end zone, was the foot down? Yes, they rule it on the field. Touchdown, Watson.
That was probably almost the best thing that could have happened to the Miami Dolphins.
To make it a 7-point game. Evans, big hole, he has it.
Well, when in doubt, you go back to what you are. The Patriots, they like to take things into their hands, so they just send everybody in the blitz. They're going to make you make a really good play to win the football game.
Michael Vick leading the Atlanta Falcons out for a big divisional matchup from the Georgia Dome in Atlanta. It's the 6-3 Atlanta Falcons hosting the 6-3 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Falcons and Bucs tied for second place in the NFC South, 1 game behind the division-leading Carolina. In the first 7.5 minutes, including the personal foul on their defense. Lawson, special teams, Schaub in trouble. The ball is loose. It will either be a touchdown or a safety, depending on who recovered it.
Tough place for Matt Schaub to come in, backed up on his goal line, and that's exactly what it is. It's a fumble and a recovery by Tampa Bay and a touchdown.
Let's see what Vick has in store on this play. First and goal. Duckett. Touchdown.
Nothing to be scared of there, handing the ball off to T.J. Duckett.
Finneran, Jenkins, and White all split to the right. Now Finneran comes in motion.
Got it that time. His favorite receiver, good hookup.
Jameel Cook in the backfield with Allstott. Second and goal from the 2. Allstott up and over, and he is in for the touchdown. His 4th in the last 3 games.
You know, you think of Mike Allstott, and you think of the hammer. And you think of him just barreling through people, but
just outside the 10. First and goal from the Falcons 9. Cadillac Williams over the 100-yard mark and into the end zone for the touchdown.
it's a way to finish a drive and finish a run. And the rookie is back. Nobody needs to talk about the foot, the hamstring, or anything.
Kanan will try and send this game into overtime. Right to the right. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the road have pulled into a first-place tie in the NFC South with the Carolina Panthers. The Buccaneers defeat the Falcons by the score of 30.
What an atmosphere in Cincinnati. Unbeaten Indianapolis coming into town against the 7-2 Bengals. The Colts leading the AFC South, while the Bengals come into the weekend sharing the edge for a couple of weeks. 2nd and goal. And back again. It's Rhodes driving, and is he in? Yes! Touchdown, Indianapolis.
Well, I don't recognize it. It's not what I did when I played, that's for sure.
Fakes the quick pass on the short drop. Now has a man open down long. It's Reggie Wayne inside the 20. Wayne shakes free. Touchdown. Colts. One play goes the distance, 66 yards.
As he drops back, a little pump fake, and then he reset, and then when he went down the field, the defense had relaxed. And Torrey James caught looking inside. They want to run the football to the left.
And they're moving quickly. Chad Johnson in stride. And there he goes. Touchdown, Cincinnati. Ran past Bob Sanders. And they answer right back.
3rd and long, tough defense to blitz the Colts.
Wide open. He hits the backup tight end, Brian Fletcher, for the touchdown.
That's why he's out there. He can make plays with his arm.
On the ground, though, touchdown, Cincinnati. Rudy Johnson. So 1st and goal. It's Edgerrin's turn, and he moves the pile right into the end zone for a touchdown. Now 4 drives for the Colts and 4 touchdowns. Talking about Marvin. 3rd down, across the middle. Clark, and he's in for a touchdown. Dallas Clark feasting down the middle of the field all game long. 21 yards and a touchdown. A number of these in his career. Rudy Johnson, the running back, and he's tripped up. And on a 2nd effort, is it? Touchdown. Plus, they've been getting sacks all season long, but none so far today. 3rd down. Palmer's pass caught. Hits Henry for the touchdown.
How about that? The last 10 points of the first half.
2nd and goal, and it's Edgerrin James, and he is in. Touchdown. 15th play of the drive. 45-37 is the final. Indianapolis prevails.
Bones about it. If they want to make a playoff push going into the final month of the regular season, they absolutely, positively must win today's ball game. And that's the challenge they have as they hit the road to head deep into the heart of Texas to take on the Houston Texans here in Week 12 of the NFL on Fox.
3 wide receivers on 3rd down. Fitzpatrick for Holt. Holds on to it this time. Touchdown Rams. 19 yards on the pass, and the first touchdown pass of Ryan Fitzpatrick's career.
No tiptoeing here.
Jackson fights, dive, gets it in clearly this time. On 4th down, Fitzpatrick lofting it up. Caught into the end zone is Isaac Bruce for the touchdown. So now they have to go after the extra point for the onside kick. There's 27 ticks left on the clock.
Heads is the call. Heads is the call. It is tails. Houston has won the toss and will receive.
130 receiving yards in the process. Kevin Curtis. Another Ram first down and more. And the St. Louis Rams have come all the way back to win the ball game. No flags on the play.
How about that? Just a quick screen to Kevin Curtis, their fastest wide receiver now, and he just gashes them and takes it all the way to the end zone for the win.
with a 56-yard game winner on his first reception of the game. The Rams come all the way back and win it 33-27 in overtime. For my partner, J.C. Pearson, I'm Kurt Menefee. Up next, the second half of our Fox NFL Sunday doubleheader, Giants and Seahawks.
Seattle, Washington on a clear, cool day. The scene today, Quest Field. East meets West in a battle between two NFC division leaders. It's the New York Giants taking on the Seattle Seahawks. Giant victory today would move them one full game ahead of the Cowboys in the NFC East, and those two teams tangle next week. And the Seahawks, who has 3 catches for 36 yards already. First down and a deep drop for Hasselbeck. Going for Juravicius in the end zone. Caught for the touchdown as he out-wrestled Corey Webster for the ball.
He's so wide out to the left that you know it's not going to be a run.
And it's not. Manning pumps once, pass, caught, touchdown to Jeremy Shockey. He lost the ball after he had possession. It is a Giant touchdown.
But I guess if you score on a play like that, it really doesn't matter, guys.
For the score.
Yeah, the end zone much different than the sideline or in the field. Possession, feet down. Oh, we're inside at 2 minutes, so this will get a look up in the booth. Let's see. Possession, 1 foot. Does he get that second foot down?
Maybe we should go back to JB. He went to Harvard. He can interpret that a little better than we can.
After reviewing the play, the ruling on the field stands.
Wow.
It is a touchdown.
Okay. Well, the indisputable visual evidence, and congrats to and the 49th straight game with that streak. Here's Hasselbeck going for Juravicius. Touchdown. You said it. Yep. 16 yards set up by Alexander's runs.
That's the big thing. They got that running game moving.
But he knows that he's seen this formation before, so information's crucial at this point.
Here it is, 4th and inches. Alexander. No sign yet. He's got the first down. No signal for a touchdown as of yet.
I don't know, guys. It looked like he was over. I was standing 11 yards from where he went over. There it is.
There.
That's it.
So the 4th down gamble by Mike Holmgren, and there is Sean Alexander hitting it out of the park.
He may be one of the best all-around running back in the NFL.
10th false start penalty against the Giants. 1st and 15. And Manning going for Toomer. And
he didn't get his feet down.
And they're going to rule it that he's out of the end zone. Amadi Toomer, and that ball kind of floated, Goose, as well. Toomer made the catch.
The one official saying right now he didn't see it. I don't think they saw it. Looked to me like he was out, and the only thing they can call is that he was out by contact.
And it looked like
I
Manuel
think he got him down. He did get him.
Touchdown.
The ruling on the field is a touchdown.
It is a touchdown. There's 1 foot.
Oh, that's got to be challenged.
And the other foot. Wow. That they will need to tie it up if it's a touchdown.
Reviewing the play, the receiver did have possession of the ball and did drag his second foot. Therefore, the ruling on the field stands. It is a touchdown.
One-on-one to the bottom of the screen with Amani Toomer.
And the pass is caught by Shockey for the 2-point conversion. And the Giants have tied it up 21-21.
Heads is called. It's tails.
37-yard attempt by Josh Brown to win it for the Seahawks. And the kick is good, and the Seahawks have finally won it, withstanding the Giants' late bid, 24-21 on Josh Brown's 37-yard field goal. Heartbreaking loss for the Giants, who had their shots. The Giants will drop to 7-4, tied with the Cowboys with the big showdown next week on Fox, and the Seahawks down in goal at the 2. They give it to Gatto.
And Gatto close to the goal line, touchdown. Favre quickly getting rid of it, and it's picked off by Nathan Vasher. No flags down, touchdown Bears. Remain 4th down and 10. And Brett Favre goes underneath to Fisher. And Fisher inside the 5-yard line picks up 11. Time has run out. And it finally ends for Brett Favre. His domination over the Bears.
Temperatures right at freezing. Roethlisberger will wear 2 gloves, not because it's cold, but to help his grip with that bad thumb. And Carson Palmer, can he lead Cincinnati to a victory? It'd be the first Bengal winning season in 50. Bettis. He's got another.
Bill Cowher called out his offensive line after that loss to Indianapolis Monday night.
Carson Palmer with a very quick move, and he's going on top for Hushmanzada. He's got it for a touchdown. Oh my! Ricardo Coakley on the coverage, and Hushmanzada, who compliments Chad Johnson. They were teammates at Oregon State. Well, now they bring Hines Ward in motion to the other side, and then the throw over the middle to Quincy Morgan, and Morgan's in the end zone. Touchdown Steelers.
Out of the shotgun. Excellent protection, but look at the pass. This is a guy that's supposed to have a bad thumb. Now Quincy Morgan.
4 shots for the Bengals from just outside the 1 to tie it. And Palmer will throw for it, and it's a touchdown to Kelly. Reggie Kelly's first touchdown of the season. No wonder he's happy. Only his 9th reception. Using that no huddle changes the play. Here they come. Into the end zone, touchdown! He goes to Hushmanzada, who just came back in after the injury in the end zone when Palmer missed him wide open, and Hushmanzada has a couple of scores in it. Averaging 4.6 today, 46 yards in 10 carries, and now Roethlisberger to the end zone. Touchdown! Hines Ward sliding and scooping the score.
Did Ben Roethlisberger get that ball in there? Ward came in motion across the formation again, working on Torrey James. Look at that throw.
Inside the 1. Rudy Johnson. He's in the end zone for the touchdown. Johnson has the first rushing score of the day for Cincinnati. He's over the 1,000-yard mark on the season, and that's his 8th touchdown rush. Yards away from the century mark. Rare to do against Pittsburgh. Here he goes. On the outside at the 10, the 5. He is in the end zone. Another touchdown for Rudy Johnson and the Bengals.
They ran right at the Steeler blitz. Chris Hope comes on the blitz right at the play. And again, they have all their timeouts remaining, but they're wise to save them.
1st and goal. Roethlisberger to the end zone. Touchdown! Hines Ward has his 2nd of the day.
And another razor-sharp pass by Ben Roethlisberger.
35-yard line's the line for Roethlisberger. Hit from behind by the jersey. Throws it away. Intercept. No, they're going to rule the ball dead.
Bernie ruled him down.
He ruled him in the grasp. And Cincinnati will go home well in charge of the AFC North.
And the Pittsburgh Steelers with 3 consecutive losses.
With an outstanding game, 38-31, all offense in Pittsburgh today. Coming up next, it'll be the Broncos and the Chiefs, or the Jets and Patriots. Check your local listings. You've been watching the NFL on CBS.
Watson. Dillon is in the backfield. 1st and goal at the 3. Fake to Dillon. The time for Brady. A block by Gorin. A block by Mankins. He'll dive in for the touchdown. In the secondary, 1st and 10 at the 12, and Corey Dillon. Oh, look at, there he goes, galloping into the end zone for a touchdown.
character. Last time in this territory, they turned this ball over.
Around the third receiver goes to Troy Brown outside. He gets by King, and he's into the end zone for a touchdown. What a move by 34-year-old Troy Brown. He is in front of Dillon, the fake to both, and here's Brady to the end zone, an easy Fourier touchdown reception. And it is Brady's second touchdown pass today at 2-yarder. Got 5 back there right now. Lossman 1st and 10, batted down, intercepted, it's picked off by Sanders. He will go the distance for his first career touchdown in the National Football League.
In pretty dire straits.
Second down 10 from the 49. Lossman has thrown a couple of interceptions, 3 to be exact now, and there's a catch and run by Josh Reed, getting a block from Aiken, being chased by Poteet, cutting it back inside. He broke an Asante Samuel tackle and an attempted tackle by Wilson, and winds his way in a snowy 51-yard catch and run for a touchdown, and the shutout is gone for New England. In time from Trey Teague, and he does not. The game is over. And now they're really bored.
The Bears have it going their way, and the Steelers need to get it going today. As we welcome you to snowy Pittsburgh, Heinz Field, the scene today for what should be a grueling defensive battle between the Chicago Bears and the Pittsburgh Steelers. On the 14, so an early key stop. Jerome Bettis checking in for the Steelers. Expected to see a lot of action, and here is the pass to Hines Ward, and Ward gets to the 5, still on his feet, scores, touchdown Pittsburgh. First and goal at the 1. And they give it to the bus. Touchdown Steelers. This is a totally different team than the club that lost the previous 3. A 1-yard run by Jerome Bettis. To the Pro Bowl last year, Farnsworth went to the last 4 Pro Bowls. Second down and goal, they go to Bettis again. Bettis gets hit, still driving, touchdown!
Tackles, but these are just broken tackles by Jerome Bettis. Bam, bam. Well, I tell you, some guys, you get down to the red zone, down by the goal line, and they just have a nose for the end zone, and that's Jerome Bettis. You saw the one earlier in the game.
On the 1-yard line. And the handoff to Thomas Jones. And Jones scores for the Bears. So all of a sudden, the fourth quarter light went on, and Kyle Orton hit 2 big pass plays, and then Thomas Jones goes over from 1, and it's now, all of a sudden, 21-9. Bill Cowher's Steelers come back against the Bears and end the Chicago 8-game winning streak in the process. And that's the story here in Pittsburgh on a snowy day, victorious day for Pittsburgh. Steelers win it 21-9. We'll be back here at Heinz Field after these messages.
It's a game keenly important for both teams. Intensity written in the brows of today's players. Can Indianapolis go unbeaten? Will the Chargers upset the Colts and fuel their own playoff hopes? This game brought to you in high definition by Sony. Gates, the tight end, on the left side. The pump fake and deep down the middle, wide open, touchdown McCardell. Keenan Marcardell, the veteran, 35 years of age, has his 9th touchdown of the season.
Well, what have we seen from San Diego? Short pass, short pass. Maybe he just lost his shoe.
He was a 280-pound linebacker that ran 4.6 in high school, Williams. The throw, tipped and intercepted. Drayton Florence, the cornerback, cuts back at the 25, fumbles the ball, and unwisely, Terrence Keel could have fallen on it. Instead, he tried to pick it up and run. He fumbled it right back to the Colts.
Look like Jeff Saturday, the center.
James up the middle. No, it's Manning, and he's hit at the 12-yard line, and Merriman makes the play again, his second sack of the game.
Well, that was a busted play because you can see Reggie Wayne wasn't even running a pattern. Reggie Wayne is just standing out there. Peyton Manning acting like there should have been a receiver over there. Goal to one, go to the shotgun.
And the give is inside to Jerome James, and he is in for the touchdown. Tony Dungy's team, as they've done all season long, the turnover, and they capitalize quickly. Fake to James. Throw the end zone. Wide open. Dallas Clark. Touchdown. And the Colts have tied. Can take the lead with the extra point. Now does Breeze take to the air, where the incomplete pass plays in cold. No, he stays on the ground to Turner, and Turner breaks into the clear. 35-40, 45. He's into Colts territory at the 30. Chased by Jason David. It's a touchdown for San Diego. Oh my! 83 yards. Michael Turner's biggest play of his young career. And we are deafened by silence at the RCA Dome.
Well, there's cheering in San Diego.
2nd and 10. Manning has to scamper away and under pressure again. Throws and intercepted by the Chargers on the deflection. Quentin Jammer's first of the season, and he falls at the 15-yard line as Manning, having to go for the big play, down by a score of 9 points, and that should do it for the unbeaten year and for San Diego to maintain their hopes alive for the playoffs. So the San Diego Chargers went into New England earlier. 21 straight wins for the Patriots at home. Chargers beat them handily, and now into the RCA Dome today, and Marty Schottenheimer's group shows their mettle and fight and an excellent defensive game plan. And although LaDainian Tomlinson unable to finish the game, we don't know the extent of his injury. His replacement with the 83-yard touchdown run, Michael Turner, to cinch the victory.
And welcome to Giant Stadium on a chilly but not unbearably so night here for the Chiefs and the Giants.
I can't. I'm just not as tough as I used to be.
2nd down at 10. And defense needs to play tough. Tiki breaks away from him. And Barber still going. They never got him. What a run. Touchdown. Tiki Barber. Yards. He broke 3 or 4 tackles. He got away from Warfield, got away from Wesley, got away from Knight.
A great run, yes, he breaks tackles. Or do you see some bad tackling and players who are not hustling to get back into the play? Just deceptive in the way he runs.
So from the 14, it's Johnson. Johnson, touchdown.
My gosh. That is incredible. Velcro. That's what it looks like. The Chiefs hit the Giants.
Spelling him on this snap.
Well, when he was drafted, smaller running backs were not in vogue. Now, if you're big, you're different.
The Toomer. And Toomer, again, the Chiefs let him get away, and it's a touchdown, New York. Players this time had a shot at him. Mitchell, Knight, and Bell.
Hoping to pick up a couple yards.
What was it, knee down?
Kendrell Bell.
That's...
The leg is down. That is a...
Well, I'm not sure did it ever touch.
If any part of that leg hits the ground...
Kansas City is challenging the early on the field as a touchdown. Challenging is down by contact. After reviewing the play stands as called. Touchdown. Kansas City is charged by timeout.
4
have to think it's Larry Johnson's number. They couldn't get it across in the first half, but this time diving in for the touchdown. Larry Johnson. "50 carries between them." More to come with celebrating the big basketball win today. 13th on Sports Day today, huh? Big day. There's Barber. Barber gets away at the 10, at the 5, and driving in for the touchdown. New York Giants. This time, Junior C of E had a hold of him, and all 3 Giant touchdowns today have come off broken tackles. It's not only a career high, it's an NFL high. The highest. Happy holidays as the Giants rejoice. What a performance by Tiki Barber. The best by any running back in the league this year, rushing. Kansas City now must beat San Diego next week. Still so many scenarios. They have tiebreaker edges with the Steelers. They're not dead yet.
Head coach Jim Mora, Michael Vick, and the Atlanta Falcons hope to keep their playoff hopes alive today here in Tampa, Florida. On a 66-degree afternoon, it's an NFC South matchup between the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Atlanta Falcons. Pass interference on Kelly. First and goal from the 5 off the play fake. Pass is caught and diving ahead for the touchdown is the fullback, Justin Griffith. One penalty, 47 yards, the other 30. Sims complete. Jameel Cook spins into the end zone. Touchdown. Passes to fullbacks.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's so conscious about the wide receivers. And so the fullbacks who don't get a chance to touch the ball a lot.
Second down and 8. Play action. Sims rolling left. And now he throws. It is caught by Alstott, and he dives in for the touchdown. The 3rd touchdown by a fullback in today's game. 2 tight ends. Second and goal from the 8. Vick looking end zone. He throws to Jenkins. Touchdown.
Good high throw there. Jenkins going way up top for that one. And again, but that one to the left again.
So a first and goal from the Tampa Bay 3. Duckett. Touchdown Falcons. T.J. Duckett into the end zone, giving Atlanta the lead with 4:18 remaining.
I'd give this ball to Cadillac, let Alstott be my lead blocker, get the first down and call timeout.
4th and inches, it's Cadillac.
Or
running left, and he is in for the touchdown.
Wow. What a call. What an execution. By Sims, by Cadillac, by Gruden.
Heads is the call. Tails, you've won the toss. You want to kick in that direction? Tampa Bay has won the toss and will.
From the left hash, Bidwell the holder from 41 yards. The kick by Bryant is good with 15 seconds remaining in overtime. Final again in overtime. The Bucs 27, the Falcons 24. The Bucs very much alive in the race for the...
Here comes the blitz. Johnson, end zone, touchdown, Travis Taylor. 4 wide receivers on 3rd and goal. Forward. Back in the end zone, Heat, touchdown. Comes back in at tailback, he's number 30. Johnson to throw, over the middle, touchdown. It's Wiggins. And Brad Johnson fits another one right over the middle. Good start of the season. Blitz coming. Bowler hangs in there and throws. And it's going to be a touchdown. Mark Clayton got away from 2 defenders and went straight to the end zone.
8 out of 11 on third down. Great success for them. Bowler. Mason. Touchdown. Oh, does he run a sweet move on Anton Winfield? 2-point ball game. And does. A lot of people had mentioned him in that regard. And I think he deserves to coach this football team.
Happy New Year to all of you from showery San Diego, where the old AFC West rivals Broncos and Chargers are about to meet. Denver has won the division, already locked up a first-round bye and the 2 seed in the playoffs. San Diego going for a 10-win season today. Lumber with 6 completions to 6 different players. First and goal, it's Bell driving, and scoring. Touchdown, Broncos. Will it be Bell again? He's already scored in this game. For a second time, Tatum Bell, he's in. Touchdown, Denver.
I know a lot of us were sitting around. I was one of them. Where does Denver find the motivation to get this done today?
Gates lined up as a tackle on the right. 4th and 1. Tomlinson has the first and the touch. He skipped right past Champ Bailey. Plus, more people watch the NFL on CBS than any other network. Happy New Year from CBS. First down. Rivers from behind. He gets walloped. Ball loose. Fallen on by Olivier. This will be a safety. John Lynch, for the second time in this game, forces a fumble at the goal line.
This is what you got to like about this Denver Broncos team. They get you backed up. They're not going to play safe. They're going to come after you to try to make something big happen.
Van Pelt hands it to Bell. Bell's best run of the day. Bell is in for a 3rd touchdown. From 19 yards. So that'll do it. Mike Shanahan and the Broncos close out the regular season 13-3. San Diego 9-7. 3 touchdowns by.
And at running back, the 5th all-time leading rusher in NFL history from Notre Dame. Ride the bus, number 36, Jerome Bettis.
Nick Harris punts it away. Randall L. is deep. He'll take it at the 19. And there's a lane. Randall L. 1 man to beat. And he beat him. No flags down. 81 yards.
Ronnie, what a terrific job by everybody blocking him up in front of Antoine Randall.
4th and goal. Bettis in the backfield. 2-man in motion. Bettis, he's got to get it in. He gets it in. Touchdown, Steelers. No flags down. Diesel. Touchdown. It may be his last game here at Heinz Field. Ward has just gone over the 7,000-yard career receiving mark. Bettis, is he in? Yes! 3 touchdowns on the day for Jerome Bettis. The 3rd time in his career that he's rushed for 3 touchdowns in a single game. When the Pittsburgh Steelers have 11 or more points of a lead. They say he's very good in the red zone. He splits out to the bottom of your screen. Empty backfield. Ball better come out quick. Or Roethlisberger better come out quick. Roethlisberger might take this in. He scores! Ben Roethlisberger didn't like the coverage, didn't like the plan, and he says, I'll take this one. We don't need the bus here.
Let me tell you what keeps it alive for Ben Roethlisberger, Ronnie. It's the fact that he never gave up. Tell me he doesn't have fun playing the game of football, and always has from day one.
But you get that as soon as he comes into the meeting room.
You do.
The guy loves to play. 13 years in the NFL. So the Pittsburgh Steelers with the win cement the playoff spot. And Jerome Bettis, 3 touchdowns in his final game, possibly, here at Heinz Field. And that is a final here. The Steelers have wrapped it up. For Ron Pitts, Tim Ryan, Jennifer Hammond, we say so long and a happy new year to all of you. Right now, let's go to James Brown in Los Angeles.
Right, and the Giants are testing him right off the bat. If you've noticed that every time they've run the ball so far, they've run it right at Jason Taylor.
2nd and 7. Pump fake. Going deep, wide open. Plaxico Burress, who scored the winning touchdown in the Super Bowl. Into the game, it's 1st and goal. The fake to Jacobs. Manning on a roll. Manning looking for the end zone. He's in there. Touchdown. Than they'll ever need here. Campbell.
Wide open.
Rolling. Wide open is Moss. And Santana Moss has gotten Washington back into the ball game. You don't see the player not lecturing the code. 7 seconds to play. Campbell. Flag is thrown. And that is caught by Betts, and he'll get slowed down at the 11. And if the penalty is on the Washington Redskins, that will be the end of the game. Samuels held him and tackled him.
However, the time expired. Therefore, the foul is not enforced. The game is not extended. The game is over.
Yes, it's an offensive foul, so the game is over. But in the meantime, you've got Samuels
for a touchback. So McNabb and the Eagles will start from their own 20-yard line.
Well, a little bit of good luck right there for the St. Louis Rams to start off. That ball bounces 6 more inches to the left, and they've got some great starting field position for the Eagles. Goes into the end zone. We're at the 20.
So the Eagles will have the split backs. McNabb, shovel pass. Westbrook, touchdown.
That's the reason they probably went opposite or something like that, and that's why they had that beautiful run.
McNabb, end zone, touchdown. L.J. Smith.
To the line of scrimmage for the Rams.
Rams have decided to go with Chavis, at least for today's game. McNabb on 3rd down and 8, and the catch is made. Streaking down the sidelines, Hank Basket. Touchdown, Eagles. 90 yards from McNabb to Basket.
68!
Dan Klecko in the backfield. Back up defensive lineman. A handoff to the fullback, Hunt. And Hunt is in for the touchdown. After a 3-1 preseason.
Jimmy's famous saying those Venus de Milo tackles.
Here's Westbrook. He walks it in for another Eagles touchdown. Donovan McNabb, 3 touchdown passes in the first half. Eagles, for the first time since 1960.
Welcome back to Ford Field in Detroit. The Lions and Packers set to renew their long-standing acquaintanceship here in the Lions home opener. They moved Donald Lee in a bunch before the snap. Here's Rodgers out of the shotgun. showing some of his elusiveness and finding a target for a touchdown. James Jones. Rodgers got away from some big-time pressure by Jared DeVries to throw the 9-yard touchdown strike. The trademark McCarthy spread him out. Touchdown Packers. Donald Driver, the 3-time Pro Bowler.
And that's what happens when you don't match up against those 4 wide receivers. And so now he's more prepared mentally than any really first-year starter.
4 receivers set. Jackson in the backfield. Into the corner. Touchdown Green Bay. Jordy Nelson. The rookie top pick wideout out of Kansas State. A 29-yard touchdown toss, the 3rd TD throw for Rodgers in this first half.
And a good read by Aaron Rodgers, too. Jordy Nelson just runs right by Brian Kelly.
The 13 pass interference calls all by DBs. DIs. No drill instructors on the field today. Juggled and finally dragged down by Calvin Johnson. And the Lions, for the first time this afternoon, are into the end zone. A 38-yard touchdown pass and run.
And he finally beats Charles Woods.
Intermission. And the punt gets knocked away. Once again, fantastic starting field position for the Lions. They begin the drive at the Packer 47. Fitness pass caught by Calvin Johnson, who breaks a tackle. There goes Calvin Johnson. Touchdown Lions. Oh my, how the tide has turned in Motown. Jackson, first down Packers and more. Touchdown Green Bay. A 19-yard TD scoot by Brandon Jackson. The Packers will look up and realize that Minnesota has lost today. And that one's picked off. Charles Woodson again. Touchdown Packers.
He told us that he loves coming back to Michigan, and every time he steps in the state.
When losing the turnover battle. And that one's intercepted. This time it's Nick Collins who's going to take it back to the house. And more salt in the wounds of the Detroit Lions today.
Wow.
A 40-yard interception return for touchdown.
It's amazing how fast things can turn in the NFL.
Charles Woodson among the stars. Greg Jennings, the Kalamazoo native, comes back to his home state to have a career yardage high this afternoon. J.C. Carissa and I are back from Detroit right after this.
Week 2 in the National Football League on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon in the Pacific Northwest. 2 NFC West Division rivals in search of their first victory of the season. The San Francisco 49ers and the Seattle Seahawks.
John Carlson in the passing game.
Now Surrent, pump fake, hands it off to Jones inside the 20, the 15, the 10, the 5, touchdown!
Julius Jones takes advantage of an opportunity presented.
The Taunton penalty gives the 49ers an automatic first down instead of punting from the end zone. Gore loses the football. It's recovered by Trufant. He fumbles. It's still loose. And it's taken into the end zone for a touchdown by Craig Terrell. O'Sullivan to the end zone. Brian Johnson makes the catch. Touchdown 49ers. Floyd, court chop, Womack. 2nd and 14. Hasselbeck fires, it bounces off McMullen and is intercepted by Patrick Willis. Willis makes a move on Hasselbeck. One man to beat. Wow. Patrick Willis
get him, Leonard!
Takes it all the way for a touchdown. 86 yards on the return.
Good block by Vernon Davis to get him on the corner.
David Boss, an extra tight end. Gore bounces it to the outside and walks it in for a touchdown.
Another big backfield.
2nd and goal. Duckett, touchdown.
San Francisco has chosen tails. And it is tails. They want the ball. Yes. All right.
Placed down by Lee. Nedney's kick this time is good.
That's a really, really big win for this 49er team. And Mike Nolan early in the week had said that even though they got beat by Arizona last week in the opener, he felt the team was better than they were last year when they started off 0-2. This gives him some validation about that because they came to a very difficult stadium to play, made a lot of mistakes, and fell behind 14-0, and were able to pull this game out.
It's week 3, the NFL on CBS. We join you here in New England, the Patriots and the Miami Dolphins from Gillette Stadium.
On 6 red zone possessions.
Ricky Williams is in. He sets up as a slot receiver. 8th play of the drive. Now Williams will shift.
Look at that.
Ronnie Brown untouched for the touchdown.
This is reminiscent of what you saw from Darren McFadden and the Arkansas Razorbacks over the last few years. That spread formation where you snap it to the running back. They fake the reverse with Ricky Williams coming around in. Ronnie Brown just buries his head for Coach Tony Sparano. Watch the fake reverse, and then he leads it right behind the pulling guard, Justin Smiley. Or do you try to trust in your offensive line and run the football?
Fans react here in Foxborough from the 15. Handoff, it's Ronnie Brown. Pummeling through. He's got a touchdown. Oh, Ronnie Brown. What an impressive run. 15-yard rip. And Miami adds to its lead.
It's to the left side. Justin Smiley, Jake Long.
And Chad Pennington has completed 11 straight. He's going to set up as a receiver again. Running up the middle. Touchdown! Ronnie Brown taking the lead and going in for his 3rd score of the day.
It's the same play as the first touchdown run by Ronnie Brown. And normally you would see a Bill Belichick defense making adjustments on the sideline.
Georgia Tech replaces him. Chad Pennington is not under center. Again, Ronnie Brown looking to throw it. Brown, touchdown! Anthony Fasano! They've pulled out all the stops here in New England, and the Miami Dolphins are trouncing the Patriots.
Chad Henne, you deserve a game ball. A wonderful design. Tony Sparano's got to be elated with what he is seeing. And you know Bill Belichick and his defense talked about it. And watch the tight end. That's Fasano there. He's going to get behind the defense. The left-hand throw from Ronnie Brown.
An 11-game road losing streak. And now Miami sends Pennington out to the perimeter again. And it's Ronnie Brown. And they continue to gash the Patriots. Ronnie Brown is gone. Touchdown, Dolphins. He has just tied Miami's franchise record for touchdowns in a game as flags come down.
There are 2 fouls on the play. Both are dead ball fouls. Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 50, New England. Personal foul, number 34, on the offense, Miami. The penalties will offset. Result of the play, touchdown.
62 yards for Brown. And what a day. It's gotten completely ridiculous. As we wrap things up here from Gillette Stadium. For Solomon Wilcots, I'm Ian Eagle. Miami wins it. Don't forget, second half of the doubleheader coming up. We'll take you to New York and James Brown after these messages. This has been a presentation of CBS Sports.
It sure looks like the New Orleans Saints are ready, and so are the Denver Broncos for this matchup today for you right here on Fox. Interconference battle. The 1-1 New Orleans Saints taking on the 2-0 Denver Broncos. Lichtensteiger in motion. There is your play action, and there is a touchdown. Nate Jackson. Denver scores first.
Not just to Jay Cutler, but to the organization as well, being able to identify what the problem had been.
Second and short. Cutler's going for it all. End zone. Marshall incomplete.
Running down the field, he's such a tall guy. He's probably about 6'5". And it looked to me when it happened that he got both feet down, and it sure does here. There's one, and then that left foot lands inbounds as well. You know, you got to have control of the ball, and it does look like he had control of the ball when his right foot came down, and his left foot was definitely in as well, and that call will be challenged.
Yep. And we think reversed. Here comes the call. 35-yard completion for a touchdown.
After review, with the ball in his possession, the receiver got 2 feet inbounds with the touchdown. Denver was now charged with a timeout.
So 35 yards, a touchdown, second of the year, and for Brandon Marshall. Great start to his tenure with the New Orleans Saints as Reggie Bush is brought down, and the ball pops out. Picked up by Nate Webster. The middle linebacker picking his way to the end zone for a touchdown. Worst start for the Saints and what they have experienced here today.
It looked like it just came out. I didn't really see anybody get a hand on the ball.
They fake a reverse, hand to Pierre Thomas, who is to the goal line and in. Touchdown Saints. Touchdown New Orleans. The Denver Broncos don't agree. A late call, and we'll take a look and see if he broke the plane.
Well, it's just right up the gut. We're going to get a good look at it from here as to whether or not the ball crosses before he goes to the ground. And I don't think the ball made it.
No, I agree with you.
Some of the weaknesses within this Denver defense.
3 straight third down completions for first downs for Drew Brees as Reggie Bush with a little hesitation down the sideline and in for the touchdown. Somehow stayed in bounds. He hesitated Troy in the hole and then broke loose. Now Cutler hands to Hall, and he is brought down for a safety. The first guy there was Charles Grant, and instead of keeping it with a quarterback and pushing forward just to avoid that very situation, Hall's brought down for a safety, and there's your momentum going back to New Orleans.
Yeah, it's easy after the fact to say, well, why wouldn't you just run the quarterbacks? Not on the field, however, right now.
Yeah, out right now on first and goal. Handoff is to Pittman. Touchdown, Denver. Breeze, Bush, touchdown. Reggie Bush into the end zone for the touchdown, and Troy, he got a good block out on the edge from someone.
That sure did. It was right tackle John Stinch. I think we're going to be looking at that call.
2nd and 4. Handoff to Pierre Thomas, trying to get to the edge on the left side. Is he in? There is no signal. Touchdown, New Orleans. A late call and a touchdown, and now here is the 2-point difference. 34-32 with 10 to play against San Diego last week. Now the Saints trying to tie it. A floater that is batted away, and Denver maintains the 2-point lead.
And get somebody into the end zone.
Simpsons coming up next on Fox. Here is Reggie Bush, and let the laterals begin. Nope, that's it. That didn't last long. Lance Moore ends up with the football. Peterson and Moss combined for that last stop. We will come back and wrap up a wild day here in Denver. On the other side of the break, Broncos are 3-0. They win it by 2.
We have overcast and light rain here at the Meadowlands in East Rutherford, New Jersey, as Kurt Warner leads the Cardinals onto the field and the Jets in throwback uniforms led by Brett Favre, as the NFL on Fox present an interconference matchup today as the Arizona Cardinals take on ultimately in the Jets threatening, still no score. 3rd down and goal on the 10th play of this drive. Brett Favre stepping up, throws it, touchdown. And that's Lavernius Coles in the back of the end zone to give the Jets the lead. Looking at 3rd down and 8. Empty backfield for Kurt Warner. Not much of a pass rush by the Jets, and the pass is picked off by Darrelle Revis, and he'll walk it in for the touchdown. Jones back in there. 1st down at the 34. 19, 17, and 13 yards in this drive. And then here's a wide open receiver going in. Coles for his 2nd touchdown. And an injured Cardinal back on the 29-yard line as Brett Favre has thrown his 2nd touchdown pass to Lavernius Coles, and Eric Green is hurt. 34-yard pass. And Leon Washington gets a word from Favre. 1st and goal, and there's a fade pattern, and Coles has it for the touchdown. First time in his career, Lavernius Coles has caught 3 TDs in the same game, and he does it in the first half. 1st and goal as they spread out the Jets defense. And they hand off to James, who goes in for the touchdown. So a nifty drive with Preston catching 4 passes and James running the last 2 plays, including this 4-yard touchdown. 1st and goal at the 2. Edgerrin James on the handoff gets his 2nd touchdown here in the 3rd quarter. So the Cardinals silence the crowd even more, if that's possible, scoring on their first 2 possessions, stopping the Jets 3 and out. It's 21-point deficit right now. Could be 19. They give it to Edgerrin James, who goes in for the 2. So 15 points scored by the Cardinals. Crowd getting back into it, as Baldy indicated. Here's Hightower. Touchdown. Tim Hightower with the touchdown. His 3rd TD of the season from 1 yard out. And all of a sudden, and we still have almost 3 minutes to go in the 3rd, it's 34-21, and they'll go for 2nd down and 7 from the 17. Pump fake, Favre, wide open, touchdown, Cotchery. Well, he's in the mix now. 17 yards, Favre with his 4th touchdown pass of the game.
Now they got him on opposite sides on this play.
2nd down and 3, and the quick out to Anquan Bolden. Touchdown. Bolden gets in, and a good play and a good point out by you, Baldy, with Bolden on the outside. One man to beat, goes in for the score, and they scored in a hurry. And they're going to run it. And no, they're going to pass it wide open, and a touchdown to Cotchery. Jericho Cotchery, what a great play on a great fake to Jones. If they had handed off, he would have had the first down. 40 yards for the score. And the Jets may have put it away with that on one onside kick today. Warner into the end zone, and it's caught by Jeremy Urban for the touchdown. Well, the Cardinals went 2 minutes to score their last touchdown, and this is a 14-yard strike to Urban. Cotchery went in motion. And Bard's pass, wide open, touchdown for the rookie tight end, Dustin Keller. Boy, a lot of these have been so easy, Baldy.
He got a little motion, which said they're going to be a man-to-man. That's why he put Jericho Cotchery in motion. Once Brett saw man-to-man, he said, you know what, we've gotten the ball to our receivers. How about it to a tight end?
Coming off a game in which he struggled in San Diego, hurt his ankle, and what a response.
Maybe he won't even be out of the playbook.
He's done that before. 54-35, and Washington, close to the goal line, makes it in for the two-point conversion. And the Jets lead 56-35. Return to first for a touchdown. Time runs out. The game is over. And the New York Jets have beaten the Arizona Cardinals 56-35.
The helmets arriving at the familiar confluence of the Allegheny and the Monongahela, where they meet to form the Ohio.
Group out there right now.
They got everybody near 300 pounds, and Flacco will throw for his first National Football League touchdown to Daniel Wilcox. 12-3, Baltimore. And 6 Ravens come. Ben got rid of it. Caught. Santonio Holmes. Touchdown.
Take the thinking out. That's what they did. They went with the little no huddle, get the ball, get the line up on the ball.
Pressure back on Flacco in the Baltimore offense. Tap, ball out, it's live. It's recovered and untouched. Woodley scores.
Situation, got to get the ball in. He's waiting, nothing open, moves out the pocket. James Harrison comes around the backside, makes the play. Lamar Woodley picks it up, takes it to the house.
Ron McClain bouncing. What a power run to the end zone. Touchdown.
He just ran over Lawrence Timmons. Timmons comes up to make the play on McClain. Oh, get out of the way. Get out of the way.
Does the captain call the toss? Tails. We call this tails? It is a tail?
We want to receive.
Which way would you like to kick?
We want to receive. One time, says Tomlin. Snap good. Hold good. Kick. Good. Steelers win. By that much.
And some people call it the Mecca of professional football. Green Bay, Wisconsin, Lambeau Field, and a look at Aaron Rodgers. He will go. Bootleg. Got it. Touchdown, Justin Peele. He's not gotten off to the kind of start of the season the Packers would have liked. Full house backfield, looking deep. He uncorks it, looking for Driver. He got it. Touchdown, Packers. To call the game at the line of scrimmage. No huddle. The fade route.
Roddy White has it. Touchdown, Atlanta. Harris still on the roster. Could come back later on. Going for the end zone. Touchdown, Green Bay. No flags. Greg Jennings. First and goal. Touchdown. Michael Turner. And the Atlanta Falcons go up big. And have third down. Shovel inside. That's Lee. Touchdown, Green Bay. The bye after that. And you can't say enough, even with the interception today, about that man, Matt Ryan, and his performance thus far through the year, especially today.
JB, under normal circumstances, the roof here in Houston would be closed on this hot sunny day and Reliant Stadium would be air conditioned, but these are not normal times. On third and goal, a dive to the end zone, touchdown.
Too easy, and the red zone woes of the Texans continue. 11 touchdowns given up on 12 trips.
They can get a first down without getting the touchdown. Down at about the half-yard line. Manning. Pump fakes, end zone, touchdown. Tom Santee with the good hands in the end zone, and Manning marches the Colts downfield and into the end zone. The Houston Texans, who are looking at 3rd and 8. Rosenfeld by himself, penalty marker flies, and Rosenfeld lost the football, picked up by the Colts. This is Gary Brackett. Brackett up the sideline with blockers to the 10, the 5, touchdown.
Again, there is a penalty marker down.
Holding offense number 69. This penalty will be declined. Result of the play, touchdown.
Unbelievable. Look at this effort but look at it. Look where the ball is. He never did get it into his body at the last minute.
Manning throwing far corner of the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown. Reggie Wayne.
That is unbelievable. What a catch by Reggie Wayne. Did he get both of his feet in? Just a little fade to the outside. Reeves, the defender. It looked like the right knee came down. Does the right knee come down inbounds? Let's see if that right knee touches down inbounds. He's got control of the ball. And a stunning development here for Houston.
50 seconds on the clock. Rosenfeld with time, throwing, and it's intercepted. Intercepted, and down to the turf with the football goes Melvin Bullock. Blowing a 27-10 lead and losing it 31-27. That's our final score. 31-27. Up next, NFL on CBS continues with double-header action. For Dan Deerdorf, Greg Gumbel, so long from Houston.
University of Phoenix Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, and the Cardinals hope that this playoff atmosphere rubs off on them as they take on the Dallas Cowboys. J.J. Arrington and Jeremy Urban are back deep. And Arrington at the 9. Good return by Arrington. Still on his feet. Has blockers. Inside the 20, the 10. J.J. Arrington goes in for the touchdown.
Well, you take a look at this, and it looked like when they had him to the sideline right there that they might have been able to push him out. You got the kicker who was in a position to knock him out of bounds. He's able to get underneath him. J.J. Arrington, another way, Dick, that they could beat the Cowboys.
Romo has Creighton wide open down the middle. Patrick Creighton cutting to the outside. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Creighton, he goes to the middle of the field. He puts a move on him there. They're in a zone coverage. Pretty good blocking there by T.O., at least in shielding him. And then the safety, the middle safety, just is unable to get.
Romo
scrappy a defense as what you could see. All the missed tackles, missed angles. He's on the sideline there. There are a lot of guys that had angles on Marion Barber to be able to knock him out of bounds, and they just were unable to do it. The one thing Arizona couldn't have happen is a quick score.
Is back deep, and the kick is blocked. Flag is down, however, and it's a touchdown. Sean Morey blocked it and recovering in the end zone for a touchdown, but there was a flag down on the kick.
An ineligible man downfield for the kicking team. Penalties decline. Touchdown.
Well, what a jump they got off the edge, and they just come completely untouched. It's Sean Morey that makes the block.
Wow. And the Cardinals have defeated the Dallas Cowboys early.
Sitting on the lake here in Cleveland, 72,300 strong. Cleveland Browns Stadium there. Usual enthusiasm tempered by the 1-3 start. And Jacobs is the lone back. It's in the receiver's right. Jacobs comes left, accelerates into the end zone. Touchdown, New York. Run the ball well. They look to throw it on 1st and goal. Jamal Lewis back in on 2nd and goal. In fact, Charles Ali is the fullback, and Lewis scores. Made Steptoe a starter at one point this year. First down, Anderson wants it. End zone, touchdown! Darnell Dinkins! Defensively, Hickson in motion, and Manning throws for Burst. Got it. Touchdown, Giants. Oh, Plexico Burst suspended for the game last week. Gets the TD. Leading the Super Bowl champs by 6 as the 4th quarter begins. And Anderson throws. Touchdown! Braylon Edwards! Jacobs is the back. Blitz is picked up. Eli throws. And it's intercepted! It is Eric Wright with Manning looking at him. Wright sprinting past him. Inbounds and gone! Cleveland touchdown!
Play. Way too early to go for 2.
Derek Anderson with pressure on, throws and gets it with Braylon Edwards, so the Browns lead by 21 at 1936. So the Giants have not had a game like this where the defense couldn't affect getting the ball back in any way, and they also had no sacks, a team that had 15 sacks in the first 4 games.
3 tight ends, a fullback, and Adrian Peterson. Peterson to the goal line, and he's in. Touchdown. He kept fighting for that last inch. Corey Graham had him wrapped up, and Peterson kept fighting for the last inch and made it to the goal line. Horton under pressure, throws and completes. Touchdown, Greg Olsen. How about that for a response by the Bears? 54 yards in a hurry. That is the 9th touchdown pass thrown by Kyle Orton in the last 5 games.
But I'll tell you what, he's got about 5 or 6 new guys on that punt return unit that are trying to block for him.
He dropped the ball, and it's blocked. He kicks it again. It's picked up by the Bears and run in by Garrett Wolf. There's a flag on the field. Greg Stelz, the rookie defensive back, blocked.
The punt was blocked, and during the loose ball, it was illegally kicked by number 5 of the kicking team. That penalty is declined. Touchdown.
Off the fake, Farrat with time, throws, he's got a man, touchdown, Vicente Shenko, the tight end. And
And the Vikings come right back. So back and forth we go. A 70-yard drive for the Vikings.
With an offensive tackle.
Brad Maynard's first punt of the game. Charles Gordon goes over, lets it bounce. It hits Gordon. It's a free ball, and it is recovered by the Bears for a touchdown. Scoring his first touchdown. How about this?
You see exactly what Gordon tried to do right there. He tried to block the gunner on the punt team.
Peterson and Taylor in the backfield. Taylor over the top. Touchdown. So they changed it up, and the Vikings, they spot the ball at the 36. Two tight ends in. Orton works out of the shotgun. Everybody out. Orton throws. Desmond Clark heading for the end zone. Dropped the football. It's recovered by Rasheed Davis for a touchdown. Desmond Clark was hit at the goal line.
I can't play the whole game. I can't go 50 or 60 plays. And clearly he was right with his own health.
Peterson on first down. Good hole there. Cuts it back. Turns it into a big one. Can he get one more block? Adrian Peterson goes all the way. Touchdown Vikings, a 54-yard touchdown run for Adrian Peterson. He's done it again at Soldier Field. Blitz was picked up. Orton finds Marty Booker. Turned it inside. He may go all the way. He does. Touchdown. Forte. Touchdown. Just walks in easily. As they block down well, McKee with a big block, and Forte takes it in, and the Bears widen their lead.
These guys up front are starting to feel the no huddle right now.
Chester Taylor in the backfield on second and goal. Farad throwing, and it is, was he out of bounds? Touchdown! They call touchdown Bernard Berrien. Emmett McGuire, Ty Yohe on the Fox box. Mark Sosna, computer stats. The Chicago Bears win the battle of the Black and Blue division, 48-41 over the Vikings. We'll be right back.
Perfect night on Florida's Gulf Coast, 75 degrees, light breeze, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers come out onto the field at Raymond James Stadium, ready to take on Mike Holmgren and his Seattle Seahawks on NBC's Sunday Night Football. 30 points a game, as contrasted with the 18 from last season. Now on 3rd and 7, Garcia will throw, and it will be caught with a flag thrown by Antonio Bryant for a momentary touchdown. But let's see about the call, because there was pushing and shoving with Bryant.
The foul is being, there's no foul on the play. The flag is being picked up. Touchdown.
When you're going to be that close anyway, why do it?
Second and goal, they give it to the fullback, they give it to the upback this time, and in for a touchdown. The fake to Duckett, and then the pass is caught, so wide open is Carlson, the tight end. The rookie, John Carlson, second-round pick out of Notre Dame, and their leading receiver coming into the game. And for the first time in a couple of weeks, the Bucs give up a touchdown. Tampa after this break.
The wide receivers in. McNabb, quarterback draw to the goal line. And he's in. Touchdown.
Curtis and Deshaun Jackson. On second down, Westbrook bounces off the tackle, hits for the corner, touchdown!
The scheme figured out, he's just playing.
Jason Snelling in the backfield for Atlanta. Ryan being rushed. Throws deep in the end zone. Roddy White, touchdown! Another great catch by Roddy White. It's second down for the Eagles, who lead by 6. Westbrook again. Breaks through. Westbrook may go all the way. Yes, he does. NFL franchise to reach 500, joining the Steelers, Bears, Giants, Rams, Redskins, and Packers.
So in the red zone again, Breeze. Again steps away, now flings it back to the end zone for the touchdown. That's Henderson. Touchdown, New Orleans. They could have challenged and probably had it if they would have won the challenge inside the one, but they go with McAllister, and he is across for the touchdown. Move Jackson, one of those big receivers, to the left side. Rivers steps up, goes underneath. It's Tomlinson makes the move for the touchdown. LT able to break free from Jonathan Vilma.
And then he does this smart thing. Nobody open down the field. He drops it off. But when you drop the football off to one of the best players, what did Drew Brees say? You never know whose number's going to be called.
Back to the #1 offense in the NFL. Going for the long ball, looking for more. Diving catch. What a catch it was. What an adjustment and a touchdown.
Unbelievable. Lance Moore, top of your screen. A double move at end of the goal. There's a hold by Cromartie. And down to the ground.
And it's 1st and 10. And Rivers to the end zone. And that's out of bounds. Only 1 foot in. And now to not be challenged by New Orleans. It'll have to come up top. Right foot's down. Left foot's in.
A lot of options they can use.
They ran left tackle with McAllister last time from down here. Now Breeze is throwing for it, and he has it. Touchdown to Mark Campbell. The Chargers are subbing. Guys are running in and out as the Saints go up the middle with Carney. And waiting for a signal. They've got it. Touchdown. Touchdown, New Orleans. They fake to Tomlinson. They go to the end zone to Jackson, and he dives for it. Touchdown, Chargers!
For Kevin Casefaharn to cover in a situation like that. Look how long he waits to put his hands out.
We'll pick up a chunk of it, all of it, none of it. 3rd down, 15. Rivers lofts it, tipped, and intercepted. It's Vilma with the interception for the Saints.
He went with the jump pass one more time. It might be Scott Shanley. Does he stay in front? Yes.
No, they're not.
He's going to try to get rid of 12 seconds.
It's going to take a safety.
It's
going to take a safety.
What a play. Knock it down. Don't try to intercept it.
3-man rush. Rivers gets his feet planted, throws it as far as he can to the end zone, and incomplete. And the New Orleans Saints come to London and head home with a victory.
Rodgers on 3rd and goal to the end zone. Touchdown, double driver.
Your best, you get a guy like that in the open field. They're going to go and make big plays like we just saw.
1st and goal from the 3. Johnson takes it in for his 5th rushing touchdown of the season.
Each team is given 2 timeouts. All the replays will be from the replay booth. Any questions? You're the visitors, you'll call it. 6-3, heads. And it's tails. You'd like the ball, what goal do you want?
On the left hash, Coronas this time nails it.
that. They've got to turn the field goals into touchdowns starting right now. Smith has had some nice returns all day. He could take this one. A missed tackle, and Clifton Smith will score. 97 yards, and Tony Baselli, we were just talking about it. What do the Buccaneers have to do to get back in it? Well, that's a big step in the right direction. Plays like that get you beat. Now let's see if Tampa Bay can actually put it in the end zone. A little trickeration on their own, and it works. The halfback pass. Alex Smith with the touchdown. Graham to Smith. And John Gruden says we're going for 2.
And we're a little curious that Herm Edwards took a timeout there because the clock was running even before the snap. Because they start the clock after that last penalty.
No timeouts, 25 seconds left. Buccaneers need to score. Need a touchdown. Garcia, very close to the line. Bad throw, got it in. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Antonio Bryant with Garcia very close to the line of scrimmage. Throw inside, they got it. That's Smith.
Tampa, it's your choice. Heads. Heads is the call. Heads is the call. It is heads. Tampa has won the toss and wishes to receive.
It's clean. No markers are down. Game over. Tampa Bay fights back and wins here in Kansas City. Right now, we send you to game number 2. The New York Giants taking on the Dallas Cowboys.
Sean Rogers digging in deep. Terrain again. Touchdown, Denver. He broke the plane. That's all you have to do. And the Broncos run one in, and they have the lead with 7:03 to go here in the first. As the Browns spread the field, Jason Wright comes in motion out of the backfield. Quinn under pressure to the end zone. Touchdown, Kellen Winslow. And in his first game as starting quarterback, Brady Quinn has thrown his first touchdown pass, and it goes to Kellen Winslow. So third down for the Browns at the 16. Quinn's got the first down to Winslow, and he's in for the touchdown. His second of the ball game. He ran out of the tackle of Josh Bell, and the Cutler turnover turns into 7. 16 yards for Brady Quinn. Jay Cutler needs a drive for the Denver Broncos here in Cleveland. Not the same magnitude, but his team is down 10 early here in the 4th. Cutler for Royal. He's got it and his feet. Eddie Royal's going to go all the way. 93 yards, and Denver's right back in it. For the rookie, Royal, his longest catch of his career. And for Cutler, one play.
A one-play drive, absolutely. They got him on a little sluggo route, a slant and go.
To Jackson. Cutler, career high 377 yards so far. He needs 11 more at least. Cutler with time. That's Daniel Graham. He's got a first down. Fights down the sideline. And Daniel Graham walks in for the touchdown. And Denver has the lead.
How about this? Lewis would have been able to get through for a touchdown.
3 tights again. 3rd and goal for the Browns, trying to regain the lead. Lewis again. Lewis stood up, fights, broke the plane, touchdown Cleveland. 2nd and 3rd effort from Jamal Lewis.
It was the exact same play again. Exact same play and the exact
436 yards by Cutler, the second most in the NFL this year. Kurt Warner had 472 against the Jets. Again to the end zone, touchdown, Brandon Marshall. as you said, Mr. Collinsworth?
Well, there it was. It was a mismatch, and we saw the Cleveland Browns coming with pressure off the left edge. Jay Cutler knew right away at that moment. Allowing that long touchdown has to be number one at the top of the list. But the penalties, the mistakes, the fumble, the drop, most of those by Kellen Winslow in the second half was the difference.
Jay Cutler and Mike Shanahan, despite the injuries coming in and the injuries sustained here in the ball game, pull this one out 34-30 as Jay Cutler throws for 447 yards.
Just across the parking lot from the home of baseball's world champions is Lincoln Financial Field, where on this 48-degree night, the Philadelphia Eagles come out onto the field ready to take on the Super Bowl champion New York. He answered a lot of questions in January and February last year. And now that pass is taken away by Patterson. The defensive tackle takes it inside the 10 to the 9-yard line. Now the Wildcat offense here. Deshaun Jackson's going to take the snap. There he is. He's the wide receiver, second-round draft choice from Cal. And Jackson around the corner will get to about the... No, he'll get in. He'll cross the goal line. The side judge is right there as he gets the pylon off a block by John Runyon.
This team, he's the ideal guy.
He returns punts. Their first ended in an interception, which the Eagles turned into a touchdown. And Manning guns it to the end zone on 3rd and 9, and it is caught by Burris. Touchdown Giant from inside the 1. The fake to Jacobs, and Manning hit as he throws, and that pass is caught for a touchdown by Kevin Boss. So they go to the air off the play fake, and Manning has been tremendously successful on play action.
Remember the Super Bowl.
Listen, Tom Brady, 2nd and goal. And that pass is caught at the 3-yard line and taken in by Jason Avant for the touchdown. 2nd and 4. McNabb throwing the fade into the corner of the end zone. Caught for a touchdown by Hank Baskett on his first reception of the night. He beats Aaron Ross. 3rd and 10. Manning's going to step up. Manning's going to throw to the 4-yard line, and then the flag is thrown because Eli, I believe, was across the line of scrimmage. Every part of your body, every part must be across the line of scrimmage when you release the ball. So even as you look at this play right here, when does the ball come out? If his right foot is still not passed, here's McCauley.
The quarterback's back foot was not beyond the line at the moment the ball was released. There is no foul in the play. The ball belongs to New York at the 3-yard line.
Jacobs is behind Hedgecock now. They're going to give it to him, and Jacobs is going to bull his way for a touchdown. That's about the best throw at the home for right now. Holding the field goal. The Giants have other ideas. And bulldozing his way into the end zone. The ball again coming loose, but the touchdown signal is made.
But again, this is one of the things with a good, strong, tough runner. You're going to fight to stay up, and that defense is going to get a lot of shots at the ball. I think this challenge is a good challenge.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
McNabb has to make the play here.
He extended that last play and took him down to the 2. Here he goes again on a roll. Looking, throwing in the back of the end zone, and it is caught by Curtis for the touchdown. And on 4th and inches, the Giants will
quarterback sneak.
Go for it here. Manning, and he will make it.
3rd and 2. Washington splits right. Leon Washington with the catch. Washington to the goal line and a touchdown, Jets. His 2nd receiving touchdown of the season, and on the opening drive, the Jets strike first.
Well, and there is a Leon Washington pack. Seeing these offenses going up and down the field, this game may well come down to which quarterback can convert once they get in that red zone.
Gostkowski to Washington from his own 9. Always a threat is Leon Washington. Turns on Gostkowski. It's a foot race. Does Merriweather have an angle? Touchdown Jets, Leon Washington, 92 yards. Right now the Jets are putting their stamp on this ball game. 2nd and 9. Favre, slant, Cotchery, reaching for the goal line. Touchdown is the signal. Brett Favre throws his 2nd touchdown pass. Cotchery broke the plane 15 yards. Then the ball came out. There's a discussion, but it looked like he crossed the goal line.
And that strategy has been pretty effective so far.
Ty Law matched up with Randy Moss on a 3rd and 10. Castle looks right. Gaffney's got it. Touchdown, New England. He beat Dwight Lowry. And boy, did they need that. Second and short. Castle again. Has time. Castle to the end zone. Touchdown! Ben Watson, his first of the season. And on the final play of the 3rd quarter, New England is right back in it.
And Calvin Pace's nightmare of trying to cover Ben Watson continues. He ran a corner route, circled back in, and just simply fell down.
Castle works out of the gun.
See if they go quarterback draw.
Has time. Got it. Gaffney. New England's first 2-point conversion, and just like that. Jones the tailback, Richardson the fullback. 2nd and goal. Thomas Jones is in for the touchdown. And with 3:10 to go, the Jets have the lead back. And the 3rd down holding call on Vrabel, costly.
Ty Law now is going to back off Randy Moss and give him a free release. I don't know about that one.
Castle avoids the sack. Castle to the end zone in traffic. And it's caught on the sideline for a touchdown. Randy Moss with 1 second to go.
Space down the field. Then he gets rebound position here against Ty Law. Drags the feet.
It's a good catch.
Touch.
Did you call the toss? Call us tails? It is a tail. Which way would you like to kick? Stay where you are. The Jets have won the toss. Elect to receive.
To give the Jets first place in the division. Snap is good, and Feely knocks it through, and the Jets have won it. In overtime, 34-31.
And now for the handshake.
Only the 2nd time Eric Mangini has beaten Bill Belichick in his 3 years as head coach of the team.
Evaded on that last play. Driver with 3 catches on the drive. Jennings gets his first and a touchdown. Of the season. 1st and goal from the 4. Why not more Grant? How about a touchdown, Green Bay? Play action. Rodgers flips it. Touchdown, Green Bay. Donald Lee. Now Orton drops the snap. It's kicked by Campman, picked up by Hunter. Jason Hunter down the field, and it's another Green Bay defensive touchdown. In this ball game and dominated a pretty good football team. Plenty of Lambeau leaps here today for this Green Bay team, both offensively and defensively. Back in a minute.
Ever in the NFL. And again, his best completion percentage of his career this season. He's got another one. It's Jones. He's looking around, weaving to the end zone for the touchdown. Thomas Jones.
What a play call. What a series of just mixing everything up against this Tennessee Titans defense.
Hard looks. Back to the end zone. The ball is caught by Lavernius Coles. Man, was some traffic in the back of the end zone. Coles able to snag it for the 2-yard touchdown reception.
Thinking over there, doesn't even put his other hand on the football, just whirls it around and makes that throw in the back. What a throw, what a catch. This blueprint, get rid of the football quickly. I expect them to do this kind of offense the rest of the year.
Wide open running lane for Leon Washington. A foot race. He shakes off the hit by Hope, and he's in for the touchdown. 61 yards. Second and goal from the 6. Collins rifles it. Touchdown, Tennessee. Ahmad Hall.
Yeah, nice play action fake. And Hall gets out in the flat. Terry Collins, when you lose, it makes you go back and start paying attention to the details that you might not look at when you win everything.
Leon Washington near the goal line, and it's a touchdown signal. Jets punch it across. 4-yard touchdown run. Short break. The final score here, the Jets 34, the Titans.
Second and goal, right back to the fullback, and over the top is Kuhn for his second career touchdown on the ground. His left knee right before halftime at Carolina, been out since. Breeze to the air to Lance Moore, down the middle of the field, and gone! Lance Moore, will they catch him? No! Touchdown! Flag down into the play.
There is no foul on the play. Touchdown.
Well, St. Louis Street, no, not Bourbon Street.
Thomas the lone back on 2nd and 1 to the end zone. Touchdown, Pierre Thomas. Aided by the strong complementary running game down here in the 7. Play action and a strike for the touchdown to Greg Jennings, his 6th of the year. And Rodgers continues his solid red zone play this year. Jamar Nesbitt is checked in at the right guard spot to get Jahari Evans. In the red zone, Breeze with time. And Lance Moore. And another New Orleans touchdown. And Rodgers, nobody open, taken off. First down to the goal line. In. Touchdown. Ruled that he broke the plane. 4th rushing touchdown of the year. Have one more touchdown in this building. From the 16 on first down, Breeze to the end zone. Touchdown, Billy Miller. Second and goal. They'll give it to McAllister. To the goal line. Deuce. Saints record. Touchdown.
Relatively recently, but he didn't know this number, and he said, I don't even want this record if we're a 500 team.
7. Breeze stepping up on the run. It is caught in stride by Marcus Colston. Will he beat Woodson? Yes! Touchdown! Wow. I'd say they worked on that a time or two. First and goal, you're in a situation where you're probably going to go for 2 down here, since you're down 24 if they score, and they do, with Ruvell Martin catching his first touchdown of the year, 30-year man out of Saginaw Valley State. His team has gone for 2 in his 2+ years as Packers head coach. Wow, that's bizarre. And they convert it with Ruvell Martin to make it 45-29. Beating up on Al Harris and Charles Woodson and the rest of the Green Bay secondary. Thomas into the clear, and the Saints tie a record for the most points they've ever scored in a game. And the Louisiana leap in the Superdome end zone.
enters the multi-faceted MVP conversation in the NFL for this year.
Doubleheader Sunday here on CBS continues from Foxborough. Welcome to Gillette Stadium, everyone. The Pittsburgh Steelers and the New England Patriots. The weather, in a word, ugly. Mike Vrabel is now in on offense for the Patriots. The give is to number 34, Sammy Morris. Touchdown. From the 19-yard line. Roethlisberger throwing for the end zone. Holmes, did he catch it inbounds? Touchdown. Holmes looked it all the way in. Roethlisberger put it on the mark. And the Steelers with a chance to tie the game. Roethlisberger throws at the goal line. Touchdown. Hines Ward. On second and goal, this is Russell straight ahead. Touchdown.
Yeah, Greg, I'll say this. Tennessee and the Jets have been garnering a lot of attention this year. I think this game is a game that where the Pittsburgh Steelers are saying, this is our time of year. This is where we turn it on. They know how to do it. This is a very impressive win in New England.
We talked about them yesterday a little bit, Dan. I don't know if under Pittsburgh, a winner over New England for Dan Deerdorf. Greg Gumbel to James Brown in New York.
4,000 fans have come in from the 26-degree chill outdoors into the Metrodome, which might as well be the Decibel Dome as the Minnesota Vikings come out onto the field, ready to take on Brian Urlacher and the Chicago Bears on NBC's Sunday Night Football. 1,000 yards this season, second-round pick out of Tulane on 2nd and 7. That pass is caught by Hester, and Hester is going to break free, and nobody's going to catch Devin Hester, who goes in for a touchdown. 65 yards on a 2nd and 7, and that's, of course, one of the reasons that they put Devin Hester into the lineup, into the offensive game plan. He may have lost his job as the kickoff returner, but he makes an immediate splash here in Minneapolis tonight.
Yeah, and this is what the Bears were talking about last night when they said we have to get the ball to our wide receivers. And, of course, that wide receiver who's going to give you the big play is that guy right there, one of the most exciting players in the NFL, Devin Hester. And that's why they moved him to wide receiver. You know, one of those to get in their end zone.
Now Farad tries to give him some breathing room, and he's going to take a shot deep downfield, and open is Bernard Berrien, and the former Bear will go 99 yards for a touchdown. Wow. Farad over the middle. They split Forte to the left. They empty the backfield, and the pass to Forte is caught for a touchdown. They got him one-on-one and isolated him with the outside linebacker, Chad Greenway, as they broke the formation, got him against the linebacker, and in they go for the touchdown.
That in an indoor arena.
2nd and 10.
Carpet.
You need a cut man on the other side. And this is Taylor running to the end zone for a touchdown. And 13. Peterson back in. They give it to him, and he goes in easily for the touchdown. Hard touchdown pass on a touchdown at the end of the half, on a dominant second half where they picked Orton off 3 times, go to 7-5 in the NFC North and take undisputed possession of first place in the division. They win it by a score of 34-14. The Wendy's postgame report from Minneapolis and from 30.
Giants back on offense. No score. Early first quarter. 10th play of the drive for Philadelphia. The handoff to Westbrook. Westbrook breaks free. Westbrook inside the 10, the 5, touchdown. Games, a 32-yard attempt, and Akers' kick gets blocked. And it's picked up across midfield, Kevin Dockery, and Dockery is going to take it all the way. What a turn of events for the Giants. 3rd down and 11. Eagles must get to the 29. McNabb throws complete to Westbrook. Westbrook inside the 15, the 10, touchdown. His second of the game. 40 yards from Donovan McNabb to Brian Westbrook, and now a late flag probably for the celebration.
It is a touchdown.
Keep an eye on Trey Thomas there, number 72. Does a great job of giving Donovan that extra second to go and find Brian Westbrook down the field. We talked about sometimes you can't catch a break.
First and goal from the 1. More flags. Manning to the end zone. Touchdown, Darcy Johnson.
Offside. Defense. That penalty is declined. Result of the play is a touchdown.
Darcy Johnson's second career reception, his second career touchdown, scored against Baltimore. Great job by our NFL on Fox crew here at the Meadowlands as the Eagles win it by the score of 20-14.
And away we go on a cold day in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And a great matchup, old school style. Interconference, the Dallas Cowboys at 8-4 against the Pittsburgh Steelers 9-3. Fake with his shoulders, and he's picked off Polamalu another. 7 on the year. And interceptions in 4 straight games.
He made that look easy, didn't he? But Ryan Clark has been a main contributor for this team this season. He was last year as well until he got hurt.
Terrell Owens has been shut out, barely even in that last huddle. To go with it, and now throws it into the end zone, and there's Owens. First catch, first touchdown of the evening. Extra men on the pass rush. That's Heath Miller. Touchdown. Of Dan Rooney, who he showed in the owner's box, he said go for 2. Dallas will start at their own 15 after Madison made the tackle, just a 14-yard return. Romo throws high, intercepted. Townsend. Touchdown, Pittsburgh.
Points at himself as he's looking at Tony Romo saying, hey, that was all on me. You know, Romo's expecting Witten to break outside. He hooked up. But even if he had broken outside, I'm not so sure that it would have been a completion. Maybe at least Witten could have gotten a hand on it and it wouldn't have been intercepted. But what a job by this Pittsburgh defense. They've been showing up when they've had to all year.
Cowboys had it going, had the makings of a big win. An upset road win here in Pittsburgh against the top defense in the NFL. It's the top defense in the NFL that got the better of the Cowboys in the end. We'll come back and wrap up our day here in Pittsburgh after the break. Mike Tomlin and the Steelers celebrate their 10th win of the year.
Right smack dab in the middle of December when the games mean so much in the National Football League. 43 degrees.
I think the Jets are breaking a few tendencies here early.
Right up the middle to the end zone. Thomas Jones with the touchdown.
That was a beautifully executed and a beautifully called drive by Brian Schottenheimer. The New York Jets.
Leon backfield on 3rd and 5. Favre throwing. Complete. Touchdown. Jericho Cotchery.
Okay, Jets fans, take a deep breath. Coles and Cotchery are back.
From the 7-yard line. They just barely get the play off in time. Lossman on the run to the 5, reaching for the end zone. Touchdown.
The Jets knew this. This is no surprise. If J.P. Lossman drops back and he sees no one in the middle.
And it's no secret how the Bills are going about business today. They have just 23 yards passing. 2nd and goal. Lossman throwing on the slant. Touchdown to Steve Johnson. His first touchdown of the year, and Buffalo is in the lead.
And there aren't many people here at the Meadowlands that are believing.
Jets with 2 timeouts remaining. Going to give it to Leon Washington. Washington, 30, 25, 20, and there he goes. Touchdown!
Oh, did Leon Washington get hurt at the end of this?
First down, just outside the 10-yard line. This is Jackson, and Jackson to the 5. And still on his feet. And a touchdown! That's unbelievable!
And this crowd cannot believe what they have seen, that 4 or 5 green jersey defenders can't get the Buffalo runners to go down.
Play fake. Lossman under pressure, lost the football. Still on the loose, picked up by the Jets, inside the 5, to the end zone, touchdown! Sean Ellis, do you believe that? Receivers this side of the field for Buffalo. Lots of Jets down deep.
The Jets rushed 1 guy. Here come 2 guys late.
Lossman all the way to the end zone. It is intercepted at the goal line. 0-0s on the clock. Kerry Rhodes with the interception to end it. The Jets win at 31-27. Up next, the Burger King update for all its.
You are looking down at the raucous home of the Baltimore Ravens. Pittsburgh comes to town, a crucial matchup in the AFC North. Pittsburgh can claim the division today with a win. A Baltimore victory pulls the 3rd and goal from the 4. Roethlisberger, first option, shut down. Looking for a second, a 3rd option, now throws it. Man's there. Is he in the end zone? Is he in or outside? They're going to mark him outside, and I guarantee you people are going to want to look at this one.
Well, inside 2 minutes, it can be challenged from up top. If I was the Steelers, I would not call a timeout.
With the eye here, I think his body was in, but the ball was outside. Oh, that's close. Here's even an angle from the blimp.
2 feet are 2 feet.
After reviewing the play, the receiver had 2 feet down in the end zone with possession of the ball. We have a touchdown.
It's a touchdown for Pittsburgh. Harbaugh's saying, now wait a minute. You know he's been getting word from upstairs from his assistants that we're going to be okay with this one. We're going to get the call, but they don't. They would, in fact, the Steelers be the #1 seed in the playoffs. They would win the division today. They would lock it up right now if they can keep Baltimore out of the end zone here in the last 19 seconds. Flacco will go for the big ball. Yes, he does. Down the field, and he's intercepted. William Gay has it, and the Steelers are going to lay claim to the AFC North Division title.
Well, that was a good time to take the chance. Joe Flacco did the right thing.
By running the table the next 2 weeks. Baltimore currently holds the second wild card by a tiebreaker over Miami and New England. Find a way to win. That's what Roethlisberger said last night. And that was true today. A 92-yard winning drive to lock up their division.
Well, we had a change. It was Adam Brothel on the national anthem, but no changes when it comes to football. Two teams with tremendous defense in the final regular season game ever at Texas. T.O. to the top of your screen. Williams to the bottom of your screen. Choice picking his way through. Touchdown, Cowboys. Second week in a row, Tashard Choice has a rushing touchdown, and Dallas has the first lead. Second and 10. Flacco zips one to the end zone. He's got a man open for the touchdown. That's Derek Mason.
What a heroic night for Derek Mason. I mean, the guy with the shoulder, how many times
recovered the fumble to keep this whole possession alive? Williams celebrating his 27th birthday tonight. Romo, T.O., touchdown.
One-on-one on the outside, T.O. as well as one. That's like stealing. Great execution by this Dallas Cowboys offense. Great drive.
70-yard drive, 10th touchdown catch of the year for Terrell Owens. Romo's 25th touchdown pass. McGahee. Willis McGahee!
You got to be kidding me!
Nobody's getting him, and no flags on the play. 77 yards. That is the longest run of Willis McGahee's career. Second and 10 for Romo and the Cowboys. Romo to the middle to Witten. He's got him for the touchdown.
Nice. Like I said, perfect play or great throw by Romo. And you had both there. That was the play you needed to call. Witten ran a great route. I mean, a great route.
Heat in motion. McClain.
Here we go again.
McClain.
Here we go again.
First down.
Here we go again.
Needs a block. And LaRon McClain's going to go in.
I'm sorry, guys.
82 yards.
Marshall.
Unbelievable.
Bob, the last time what did we just say?
Stephen Bisciotti, the owner of the Ravens, with a thumbs up.
You know, we were talking in pregame, before the game, and we were standing up here, and
1971, and it will close in 2008. And it closes to huge disappointment, but not for the Ravens, who get a huge win on the road. 33-24, the final score for rookie head coach John Harbaugh. He was real confident before the game and talking with him. And for Tony Romo, missed opportunities and a lot of questions.
Too tight, too wide here on second down and 12. Williams crease through the middle and goes in untouched for a touchdown. Right over right guard between Khalil and Handgardner, the right guard. That's a 13-yard touchdown run.
I tell you, this and the offensive line loves these kind of games because they are wearing down the Carolina defense.
Can Jacobs make it pay off? No signal yet. Now there is. Touchdown. Brandon Jacobs into the end zone. Now Aaron Ross will line up on Smith to the left side. Give the ball to Williams. And Williams is going to take the ball inside the one and to the end zone. Touchdown, Williams. That's a 66-yard drive to the consternation and exasperation of Tom Coughlin.
Yeah, Travell Ward in the guard.
Third and goal. Williams. And Williams is in again, so he has a first half hat trick. 17 rushing touchdowns, 19 overall touchdowns for D'Angelo Williams. Ward flanks Manning. Eli in the gun. 3rd down and goal. Manning protected. Throws into the end zone. It's caught for a touchdown by Kevin Boss. So Kevin Boss, who caught the key pass early in the drive on a 3rd and 10 after a penalty. Steve Smith at USC. There's Tuck battling the flu on the sideline again from the 30-yard line. Williams will cut it to the outside. Pick up a 1st down. He scored 3 touchdowns tonight, and you can make it 4. D'Angelo Williams into the end zone, and that will silence the crowd. A 30-yard touchdown run.
This guy is really something. I mean, you think you have him.
Hedgecock is the blocking back. Brandon Jacobs to the end zone. 3:21, down by 2, and clearly Coughlin will send in his best 2-point play right here. Manning to line up in the gun. Jacobs is next to him. The fake to Jacobs. The pass to the end zone for the conversion to Dominic Hickson.
What's your score? Yes. He called heads.
Good offensive line. You can either have a tight end or a fullback. In the Giants' case, it's fullback.
They'll try to end it with a touchdown. Brandon Jacobs to the end zone and cementing home field for the NFC playoffs.
What a game!
What a game! The Giants were their most rushing yards in a game since 1959. And we started by saying, what do the Giants have to do to get the magic back? And you said, run the ball behind that offensive line. Did they ever? The Giants tonight on the ground, 301 yards. It was a struggle, but the Giants will be home for the playoffs. In overtime, in a beauty, the Giants beat the Panthers 34-28.
Heinz Field in the Steel City. This is the National Football League on CBS, where today it's the Cleveland Browns and the Pittsburgh Steelers. And here comes Heinz Ward. Today's game is brought to you in high definition by Sony. High definition, it's in Sony's DNA. Browns Steelers next on CBS. Parker hits the corner down the sideline. Willie Parker, touchdown Pittsburgh. 34 yards. 40 seconds to play in the first half. High snap handle by Leftwich. He's in trouble. Leftwich running. Leftwich breaks it back. Touchdown. The whole team is better because of it. And they run it. Touchdown Pittsburgh. Gary Russell. Made today. 2nd down and 10 at the 33. Gradkowski. And picked off. Taylor. Make that Carter. Touchdown. It's been a great season, and here come the playoffs.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, hit everything. Give me what you got. Let's go to war, baby. Domination. 1, 2, 3. Go!
The Dallas Cowboys are here for week number 17. It's the season finale here in 2008. And this bitter rivalry continues between the Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia.
Extremely important for their psyche to punch this one in.
McNabb again. Still no signal yet. Looked like he got in. Touchdown. Westbrook again at the bottom of your screen. McNabb underneath. Buckhalter. Touchdown. They fake the handoff throw. Touchdown Selleck.
A new deal would eliminate all that conversation.
Squib kick by Akers. Here is Pac-Man Jones. And Pac-Man loses the football. Has it ripped out and the Eagles take over. And with 5 seconds left, they'll have an opportunity for a field goal by David. Another blitz from the Eagles. And knocked out of the hand by Dawkins. Fumbled by Romo down the field. Clemens, a stiff arm and a touchdown.
Before they're able to put enough points on the board, they need big chunks like they just got.
A blitz. Marion Barber loses the football. Joselio Hansen on the return. Only Romo can get close to him. It's another defensive touchdown. Dawkins stripped another. Eagle fans woke up today and thought, you know what, we've got a shot at this thing. They needed everything to break right. It did. The Bears lost. The Bucs lost. Thanks to the Oakland Raiders. And the Philadelphia Eagles didn't just win. They won. A blowout win at home over Dallas. We'll come back after the break and recap.
And Wilson now comes into the game on 2nd down and 8. Wilson on the toss. And Wilson he's always had fumble issues, and there it is as he coughs it up, and Barry Church winds up with it. So David Wilson giving up the ball, and Tom Coughlin, and he's discussed it with him, obviously, with Murray going out to the left. Romo flushed out of the pocket. Romo throwing on the run, wide open and making the catch. Ogletree, touchdown Cowboys.
Again, the kill when he saw the blitz, which means he's going to the alternative play.
Gets it off before the play clock expires, and then open is Ogletree. Touchdown Dallas. The second for Ogletree. Could not wrest it away. So Manning has given them a 1st and goal from the 10-yard line. And here goes Bradshaw. And a good time for the running game to kick into gear. Touchdown Giants. Short drop by Romo. To the outside he goes. And it is Miles Austin for the touchdown. 2 the Dallas Cowboys get a 34-yard touchdown.
Here.
Waddle looking around on that defense, and the pass is with a flag thrown, pulled in for a touchdown by Bennett.
Pass interference, 42 defense. That penalty decline is also a play, touchdown.
That's Barry Church with a pass interference, and with 2:36, the Giants have made it a one-possession game again.
Martellus Bennett is just a huge receiver, and there was always a belief in Dallas that if they could ever get him involved and engaged in the passing game, let's make sure he gets both feet down here. Think so. Clearly blue position gives them two speedy inside linebackers, two bump and run corners on the outside. This is a different Dallas football team.
Let's set the lineups for Tom Brady, who can reach a couple of milestones here today. In fact, moving in on 4 now in the backfield for the Patriots. Rookie free agent out of Ole Miss. Brady stepping up, throwing. He's got a target. He's got Hernandez for the touchdown. 23 yards to Aaron Hernandez. Dederick, a little rest of the match. Chris Johnson actually on a yard per carry so far on this one. 3rd and 13 from the end zone. Ball is out. Hightower's there to scoop it up. And Hightower's in for the touchdown. It was the 2 first-rounders who make the play. It was first Jones stripping it. Fullback on 1st and goal. The fake to Ridley. Goes back to the end zone. And Gronkowski has the touchdown. Rob Gronkowski.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. It is a touchdown.
Go.
First down from the 29. Looking for a second option. Throws it. Caught by Washington for the touchdown. Well, the Patriots secondary gambled, and Nate Washington able to make the catch. 29-yard touchdown from Locker. 1st and goal. Ridley, he earned it, and he got it. Touchdown, New England. Stephen Ridley. Always a different look to the New England AFC South and the NFC West for New England this year. That's Harper with the carry.
You know what I was saying earlier, though, you're on the plane ride home and you're a visiting team and you win, there's such joy and relaxation. You just go, oh my gosh, what would it be like if we would have lost? So it's one of the good things about playing on the road. When you win, you really enjoy it together on the plane ride home.
So Tennessee is going to let it go. And Bill Belichick comes back to the city of his birth, Nashville, where his father was an assistant at Vanderbilt.
4 wide receivers. And they pass, caught, touchdown, Andre Roberts. So Cobb teams up with Roberts, as he did last week for the winning touchdown against Seattle. Only a minute going by in the 4th. It's 1st and goal at the 5, and the run, and now the Patriots claiming they might be a fumble. Kevin Cobb going in, and touchdown signaled for Cobb, and the Cardinals.
Saying one at a time, fellas. Can't get it all back at once, one at a time. We'll see if they can do it.
And pressure up the middle on Brady. His pass. Gronkowski. Touchdown. New England. Field goals. And there is the kick. And the kick is no good. He pulled it over to the left. Final minute of play here in Foxborough, and the Cardinals have won 20-18 to hold on.
And we'll get things started. Felix Jones back deep, and we are underway before a raucous crowd here in Seattle. Taken at the 3 on the run by Jones. He loses the football, and it is recovered initially by the Seahawks. Earl Thomas. We'll see if Thomas maintains possession. Cowboys offense led by the 3-time Pro Bowler Tony Romo.
Some people say that game last week against the New York Giants, one of his best regular season performances, and I would agree.
Chris Jones did a terrific job against Seattle last year, and the punt is blocked, and it is walked in for a touchdown by Jerron Johnson. Romo fakes the throw, and then he is picked off. Brandon Browner with Cam Chancellor leading the way. It's Murray who brings him down. If they keep this up, they're going to be worn down there in that fourth quarter. Romo to the outside, and the catch is made, and then diving in for a touchdown is Miles Austin. Second down and 7. Wilson, touchdown! Anthony McCoy. Second and 12. Wilson with time. Can't find anyone. Being chased. Takes off. Oh, what a block. First to goal from the 3. As Wilson walks it in for a Seahawks touchdown.
Drew Brees, the quarterback in his 7th season here in New Orleans, has thrown for more than 4,000 yards every year as a Saint, twice for more than 5,000, including an NFL record 5,476 yards in a superb season throwing the football last year. That is Jimmy Graham, the fine tight end. 2 TD catches on the year. Brees, throw, end zone, touchdown. Lance Moore. Second and goal from the 1. Brees, sprint out, throw, touchdown to Jimmy Graham.
Jimmy Graham lost the football on the way to...
K4, ready. You ready? Play shot.
To Jed Collins for the touchdown.
Phillips had that defense playing great football, and they continue to play it all season.
This is Charles, left side, running room, on his way, up the sideline. Can he outrun the defense? He is on his way and gone. No flags on the field.
Well, I mentioned about Kansas City's got to do something, especially throwing the football. And what do? They hand the ball off on a simple little sweep to the left side. And the New Orleans defense just went to sleep. And in a foot race, Jamal Charles is going to win.
91 yards for Jamal Charles. 2nd and 12. One deep safety in the middle of the field, and Brees under pressure. Loose ball.
Oh, I hear a whistle.
And it's a safety. The ruling is a safety at the goal line. And Justin Houston was in on Brees. What a game he has had today.
Let's take a look at it. There's Houston, number 50, coming in around the corner. And the ruling is that Drew Brees was tackled in the end zone.
Okay, we're going to overtime. We'll have one period of 15 minutes. We'll be playing fourth quarter timing rules. Each team will get 2 timeouts. All replays will be initiated in the booth. Both teams will be given an opportunity to possess the ball unless there's a touchdown or a safety scored on the first possession. We can end in a tie. It's your call. Hedgie called. And it is a hedge, it's your option. You want the ball? Which way will you kick?
Kick this way.
Kick this direction. Kansas City will receive at this end to start overtime.
The snap. And it's over. The Kansas City Chiefs were down 24-6 at one point in this game. They come roaring back and win it in overtime.
and they do it by posting 510 yards.
All right, Kurt. The Tennessee Titans 0-2, looking for their first win of the season as they take on the 1-1 Detroit Lions live from Nashville right here. No timeout lost on the other side by Tennessee because they were right on the challenge. Look at this, a little throwback action. We've seen that before. That's Tommy Campbell. Tommy Campbell will score. Remember the Music City Miracle? 62 yards. Lockett with plenty of time. This is going to be a tough fit, but he fits it, and then some. And that will be a touchdown. Jared Cook, 61 yards, broke 2 tackles, and took off.
That was a runaway truck. 4 catches out of 6 throws, and really Matthew missed him on that corner.
LaShore, touchdown. His first.
Their safeties and corners are so loose and deep. We're concerned about Calvin that this is why a guy like Mikhail LaShore.
Fake the bell. The quick throw. Touchdown, Burleson.
That's a hard combination. And the safeties are apart there. Those linebackers have got to attack the play fake. And well, that's gotten a lot of teams out.
Alteron Vernon screaming something on defense. They overload aside. Throw it, catch it. Burleson again. He gets the 6 and then the 2.
But he was going out to the corner on this. The corner expanded with him, and he had the savvy.
The Titans scoreless in this half. 18 unanswered points by the Lions. This is Raynaud from way back. He's got a lane, a huge block, and he could go. He will go. Pulls up, but it doesn't matter. No flags. And that's a 105-yard touchdown.
Detroit has closed that defense with a free safety, and they've got them all up now. Receivers are one-on-one.
One-on-one. What a catch, and he's going to go. Nate Washington over the back and scores over Jacob Lacey.
Here you see they're locked up. He's man-to-man coverage. The safety moves, focuses on the ball. Safety just misses. Safety is very close to getting it. Just undershot that, but what a terrific effort of going back up over and making that catch.
Right, and I know as long as the clock is stopped, it's not an issue. It's when it starts running again on an inside play, like right here. Ball is taken by Verner. He'll score. He ripped it out of the hands of Brandon Pettigrew. The third non-offensive score by the Tennessee Titans, and that has been the difference.
Wants to go too quick with it, just turn and get up the field, stripped it, both hands on the ball, and pulls it out. Pettigrew got a little cue with that, just protect the ball and get around and go.
Throw inside, caught, touchdown, Johnson.
Well, that corner was still soft on him down the red zone, and Sean looks out there and sees that. You always have that slant built in and make a move common to football. You'd like to see him get into that second step, and that didn't happen. I think it's a good call.
McCourty with the hit.
seconds to get that onside kick and get the ball into the end zone, and they did it.
Did you think about Doug Flutie when he threw it?
Unbelievable.
Foul on an interception in the end zone that could have ended the game. Akeem Ayers tips it, and Titus Young, 4th and inches. Quarterback does it. I don't know, he got it. He fumbled the ball.
It looked like he fumbled the snap, yes.
Lost the helmet.
Titans win. Holy buckets. How you start now, one round?
A crazy game. Had to end crazy. 4th and inches, and the fumbled snap does it in. The Titans get their first win of the season.
Growing talent at linebacking core here in Kansas City.
Ronnie Brown is out. Daniels back there in the secondary watching, and that's a touchdown pass of 4 yards. It goes to Eddie Royal. And on the opening drive, the San Diego Chargers have made a loud and distinct message sent. He was a free agent with the Chiefs back in 07. Second goal for 1. Multiple tight ends, battle, touchdown. A 1-yard touchdown, and the Chargers cash in on the Charles fumble.
The Terratoni of the opponent. That's what the Chargers have been doing all day.
Fullback Aegis and Winston throwing blocks and cutting back is Charles, and he's got room. The door is open, and here he goes. Touchdown. The Chiefs cash in on the Rivers interception.
Now watch Matt Castle throw a block on this wind back by Charles. We said at the top, the Chargers cannot rest for one play. There is the key block right there. Just enough, glancing blow, and Jamal Charles does the rest. He's a prolific open field runner.
After reviewing the play, the ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
He has just come in. Extra defensive back is there too. Second down and 15 with Drone in the backfield. And that is intercepted and picked off by Butler. On the ricochet off the tight end at Moiaki. And he is in for the touchdown. Another good defensive play for San Diego. Another interception for Matt Castle. Bo is on the move. 5 in the secondary for San Diego. Here comes Phillips. There goes Castle. Here comes Charles. To the pylon. Touchdown. Two tight ends. Second and goal at the 4. Good time. Rivers. Touchdown. Jackie Battle. 4-yard grab. His second touchdown today.
Oh, this is just an incredible play. Rivers really wanted to go over to the right. And Antonio Gates and one of the receivers got tied up.
One to finish things off. The win today, they'll go to 3-1. And in first place,
Bo's open.
Castle. Oh, he sure is. Wobbly pass. That is a touchdown. And they beat Kaysen. 29-yard touchdown pass. Castle to Bo. George Hayward, who was watching the sideline. 3rd and 15 right now. Castle getting away from Reyes. Tackle made by Jammer after the catch by John Baldwin. 13-yard gain, and that is all she wrote. San Diego wins it. They're in first place at 3-1 after 1 month.
63 degrees at Lincoln Financial Field. Temperature going down into the mid-50s tonight. Mike Vick and his Philadelphia Eagles ready for action against Eli Manning and the New York Giants on NBC's Sunday Night Football. Their first time out. And Vick stepping up in the pocket. Vick throwing for the end zone. Has a man open. It's Jackson. Touchdown.
He's going to get one-on-one.
Eli over the middle, and he gets Cruz. Touchdown. His breakout game here last year does his dance, and the Giants are a point away from tying the game. Formation to the right. stepping up, throws wide open over the middle to Bear Pasco. One of those in that bunch formation, first time he's targeted tonight, and the Giants tie the game and have a chance to take the lead with the extra point. And this time, Tynes' kick is no good, just short. 3 victories by a composite 4 points.
That pass interference call is going to be discussed for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Out of the backfield, Mendenhall. Got around Kendricks. Touchdown. To have him back in the lineup, and when you're out in the open field, you see Mendenhall gets the ball in his hands, and it's one-on-one with Michael Kendricks. And can you make that guy miss? You see the shake at the top. It gets Kendricks to hesitate just a minute. Pass is caught. That's McCoy. What a nice move. McCoy for the touchdown. And so the kid who starred on this field and has family and friends all over the Larry Foote. Well, it's not even fair. I mean, you got Larry Foote, and you see that LaShawn McCoy runs the swing route. Vick. Touchdown, Selleck. Selleck, he's at the end of the line, tight end. He pushes up, and then Vick puts it on him. Now, when I say you call the game differently, what I'm thinking is you've got 2 downs to run the ball in. You don't necessarily have to throw it, whereas you would if you're going to kick the field goal on 4. Good snap, good hold. Steelers win it, and they're 2-2. Well, perfect snap and a perfect hold and a perfect kick. And a big difference here today, Troy Aikman, the run game. A running game which was averaging a league worst 2.6 yards per carry. They get Mendenhall back.
In New Orleans tonight, Drew Brees is on the threshold of history as the San Diego Chargers come to town to meet the Saints on Sunday Night Football. Phillip Rivers leads the Chargers into town for Drew Brees tonight. He tries to throw a touchdown pass in a 48th consecutive game, which would break a 52-year-old record.
They can win football games with their offense.
And that's Brown in the backfield on 3rd down and 6. Saints blitz, they pick it up, and it is Robert Meacham for the touchdown. So Meacham comes home, then Royal gets into it with Malcolm Jenkins, and Meacham with a flag after the play, so the touchdown will count pending the review upstairs. As they do with all scoring plays, they will look at it.
I don't know how you defend against either of them.
8 in the box here, at least for the moment, for the Chargers, and then they back off. Zone blitz, Brees steps up, buys time, wide open, and there it is. Drew Brees to Devery Henderson. Drew Brees setting one of those records for the ages. Brittany Brees is there. You saw Peyton on a 3rd and 6.
Down pass. Ladies and gentlemen, Drew Brees has just set a new NFL record by throwing a touchdown pass in 48 consecutive games. He passes the great Johnny Unitas, who set the previous mark 52 years ago.
Drew Brees putting on a show out here on this record-breaking night.
After the timeout, 3rd down and 5. In the pocket again, going to the end zone, and it is Colston for the touchdown.
Did he catch that with one hand? This is just tremendous. He is going to hold the defensive back off with his left hand and catch it with one hand. Got him around the neck.
And they put a few seconds back on the clock. You saw Turner saying I called it earlier, and they put 5 more back on. And Rivers will go deep, and open again is Meacham, and Meacham Meacham is able to fend off White and take it into the end zone. So for 4 weeks, Rivers and Meacham really haven't been able to get on the same page. And tonight, as Meacham comes back to New Orleans, 2 touchdowns. That one good for 44 yards. From the 13-yard line. Matthews to the outside, turns the corner, and he vaults into the end zone. Touchdown, San Diego. And he's showing you tonight why they moved way up in the draft to pick him number 1 2 years ago of the quarter.
Jimmy Graham is just a decoy at this point.
And Breeze over the middle and caught for the touchdown by Marcus Colston. Marcus Colston with his 2nd touchdown catch of the night. Drew Brees has thrown his 3rd touchdown pass of the night. 2 touchdowns. 1st and goal at the 5-yard line. And with a fade, and that is flags all over the place, and Colston is in for the touchdown. Kaysen with the coverage, but Colston at inside position. And a history-making night and a victory for
Revealing. 2nd and goal from the 2. Off the play fake. Vick dumps it off to McCoy. And he is in for an Eagles
Don't even hide it. Just like just going to stand there.
Off the fake to the shore. Stafford will run it in easily for a Lions touchdown. Let's get to the 34. High snap. Vick throws wide open. Taking it all the way for an Eagles touchdown. Jeremy Maclin. 70 yards. 3rd down at 15. Stafford off his back foot. Throws. End zone. Ballison. Touchdown for the win. And Hanson's kick in overtime is good. The Detroit Lions come back from a 10-point deficit late in the 4th to win here in Philadelphia. Giants and Niners next.
They've had in consecutive weeks. On the last 2 games, combined score of 79-3. Smith steps up, looks for Walker, and he's picked. Intercepted by the Giants. Delaney Walker, the 49ers just don't give up rushing touchdowns here at home. Manning keeps it. End zone touchdown, Victor Cruz.
Good as there is as a slot receiver in this league. He's so quick. You see him set Carlos Rogers up at the top of that route, gives him a little nod as though he may go to the corner. He creates separation action, but the way that the Giants have run the ball the last couple times, I like what they're doing there.
It's Bradshaw, a leap, and he's in. Touchdown. A rushing touchdown against San Francisco, and it's Ahmad Bradshaw.
Contact. It looked like he's short of the goal line initially. And then it was that last surge that got him across the line.
Quick setup. Delay on the throw, and it's picked off by Roll. Antrell Roll takes it down inside the 15. Smith. Antrell Roll again. And Roll is inside the 15. Gets a block. Gets popped by Kyle Williams. They ran the ball, which no teams do against San Francisco. And defensively, 6 sacks. Had 8 in 5 games coming in. And they picked off Alex Smith 3 times, and he doesn't.
Finley right here. This is the matchup they may be looking for. They go the other way to Jordy Nelson. He's got the grab and the touchdown. One-on-one against Bradley Fletcher, and Nelson beat him. When you could put a Jordy Nelson on one side and a Jermichael Finley on the other, size, great vertical leap, great hands.
defense gets both feet in and control. What a weapon down in here in the red zone to have those two big receivers to the outside.
Aaron Rodgers threw 6 touchdown passes last week. Rodgers with time. Throws it. Touchdown to Randall Cobb. Second touchdown of the season for Randall Cobb. And another touchdown pass for Aaron Rodgers, a league-leading 18. In the backfield, Jackson carrying.
Still got that dash, doesn't he?
Well, he's got the power to go with it. His first rushing touchdown of the season. Rodgers, flag on the play. Rams may have been offside. The deep throws. Caught by Cobb. Touchdown.
Offside. Defense number 98. Penalty decline, result of play, touchdown.
Another perfect throw by Aaron Rodgers.
This one was, oh boy, this one had Hall of Fame written all over it. I'm not trying to slam dunk him into Canton early, but his ability, watch the accuracy. First, you're going to get the jump. So right now, we saw this early in the game. What did we say? He's going to go vertical. Now it's where do I want to go with the ball? You know how hard it is for a quarterback going to the left? And watch where this ball hits. I don't mean this is a perfect. I mean, God, it just seems like it's not fair. There ought to be a rule against that.
That's a touchdown grab by Austin Pettis. So the Rams playing it right to the end. March down the field, and Bradford, with his first touchdown pass of the game, his 7th of the season.
Just a little fade route to the outside. Looks like Devon House. This is House's first game back. Looks like he just got caught a little off balance waiting for an inside route.
Seattle is 4-3. The Rams will be 3-4.
12th play of the drive on a second and goal. Touchdown for Andre Brown. Team high 4th rushing touchdown. Santana Moss for a first down and a touchdown. The wide receiver screen to the 12-year veteran. And Mike Shanahan told us he has that extra burst after losing 15 pounds in the offseason. Bradshaw in for the touchdown. So Hynoski couldn't get there after the catch. Blitz coming again. They pick it up. And a touchdown throw is made to Santana Moss. Second touchdown scoring strike of the afternoon to Santana Moss. And the Redskins have the lead. But then after the Giants could not keep their last possession, keep the drive alive on a 3rd down and 2. As Manning looks to cruise. And he will race to the end zone.
Back to punt, and Stephon Logan, who's fumbled 3 times in the last 5 quarters of football, will wave the fair catch signal, and from the 12,
move it up 5. Illegal formation on the defense.
He was lined up over the center, which is a 5-yard penalty, which will result in a first down.
That's Broyles and Calvin Johnson at the bottom of your screen.
Watch Scheffler up top.
He looks left, goes that way, high, but Broyles has it. It's a Lions touchdown! From Matt Flynn, who was signed as a free agent. The pitch to Marshawn Lynch. And he's got room. First down, and there goes Lynch. Marshawn Lynch! I don't think anybody could catch him. It's a touchdown, Seattle.
To go to the outside. They're able to crack it down and get those linebackers smashed. A good block by Michael Robinson. And now Marshawn Lynch off to the races.
Stafford on first down. Having a run around and runs right into trouble. Brought down at the 7-yard line by Brandon Mebe. And there's a lot of Mebe. Wilson's throwing. Sidney Rice. Touchdown. He made the catch. He stayed in bounds, and the Seahawks on third down get 6.
Drop 8. Try to keep it in front of the sticks and make the tackle.
Stafford going deep. That's Titus Young. It's a touchdown, Lions!
Richard Sherman, his alignment, he's got help to the inside by his safety, Cam Chancellor, but watch this move by Titus Young slipping behind him. And once he got behind him and was able to keep the width into the wide side of the field, it really took the safety out of play.
Third and goal. Stafford has it. He keeps, and Matthew Stafford has, this time, a touchdown. Zone for the tight end, Zach Miller. Touchdown! A terrific grab.
Look at that throw from Russell Wilson, and then the one-handed catch. Tips it with the right hand, pulls it in. Ball never touches the ground.
Stafford, quick throw. End zone. Yes! Titus Young with a Lions touchdown.
Watch the ball location. Down and low to where only Titus Young can get it. You got the huge Brandon Browner over the top. And Matthew Stafford put it right where he needed to put it for the touchdown.
Tanner is checked into the Cowboys backfield as they try to find a running game without Murray. And again, down the middle and stepping in to make the interception is Stevie Brown. Replacing the injured Kenny Phillips, and how big has he been? That is his 5th takeaway this season, which is tied for most in the NFL, and an early mistake by the Dallas Cowboys.
It's taken them a while to get back in shape, and now they're relying on him because of DeMarco Murray's injury,
Looking down the field to Miles Austin, and it's intercepted by Corey Webster. He's across midfield inside the 40 and run out of bounds close to the 30-yard line. 2 possessions, 2 turnovers for Romo and the Cowboys. Andre Brown gets the ball, and he will find the end zone. A touchdown for Andre Brown, with Henry Hydnoski leading the way. So following the second interception.
Those very unbeaten Atlanta Falcons, Tom, Troy, Pam.
A very impressive one today indeed for Mike Smith and the Falcons. Intercepted by Jason Pierre-Paul, and it is a touchdown. And the slam dunk emphatically. Pierre-Paul had the breakout game here at Cowboy Stadium last year. Couple of sacks, a safety. Felix Jones will find the end zone. And Felix Jones in the backfield. Romo rolling to the end zone. Game on here at Cowboy Stadium. It's a one-score game. Romo will throw it. And it is a touchdown for John Phillips, his first of the year. The Cowboys are a point after away from erasing a 23-0 deficit. Romo going to throw it to the end zone. And it is a miracle touchdown for Bryant.
As he's coming down, looks like it lands on the line. It looked like it was going to be close the entire way as to whether or not he was in bounds. The hand hits on the back line before any other part of his body touches down.
As you zoom in and take a look, you can actually see hand touching there, fingers touching.
The receiver's hand touched out of bounds prior to him gaining possession of the ball. The pass is incomplete. It is third down and 5.
Three-man rush. Romo throws, and that's going to do it. The New York Giants go to 4-0 here at Cowboy Stadium, and they are 6-2 in command of the NFC East. A spectacular game for Whitten. But Tom Coughlin's Giants win it 29-20.
Gates in the slot to the top. Matthews flanking Rivers in the shotgun. Again, he'll pass on first down. Far side, Gates has got it. And in for the touchdown.
Look at Gates, it's man coverage. Berry had 2 pass interferences and gave up 5 or 6 catches. Gates is too big and strong. He pushes off, breaks to the edge. Phillip Rivers puts it on time in a correct place, and now let's see if he gets the ball across, kicks down the pylon.
Out at the 13-yard line of Kansas City. Rivers throw, back shoulder, touchdown, Malcolm Floyd. yards for the score.
Back shoulder, Travis Daniels.
That's pretty when it works like that.
Travis Daniels again. Remember, Stanford route is out. They're short a corner. It looks like he's got full possession all the way through. Heavy to the right again.
Play action, Castle. Look out. Safety coming. Ball is out. Touchdown, San Diego, one official says.
Yeah.
It's a safety for sure. It's either 2 or 6 once they unpile the bodies. And they signal touchdown for the Chargers.
And 79 Stevenson is the offender there. He got beat off the edge easily.
And when the ball comes out, he's the man to cover it.
but it was the extra tackle, number 79 Stevenson, that gets beat. Taking advantage is the 31-year-old veteran Jarrett Johnson, but he beats him off the edge.
At the 46 of the Chargers. Crossing pattern, and this one's intercepted down the sideline. Demario Williams, another touchdown, San Diego. Drone will try to carry it in, and he does. Touchdown, Kansas City. 6-yard scoring run by Sean Drone.
Can pass. Holstein's going to get up in the hole, make the block. Drone cuts off of him. Good job.
Norv goes to his press conference. The paper won't say beleaguered coach, it'll say happy coach or smiling coach. And same with the team is the final. San Diego goes to 4-4, and they're within a half game of the Denver Broncos in the AFC West. Fake the handoff. Jackson. And Jackson touchdown. Makes the play. Vincent Jackson. 84 yards on 2 catches on this drive, and the Buccaneers take the lead.
And what a beautifully thrown football by Vincent Jackson. Huff tries to bump him at the line of scrimmage. He never catches up. 25, 15 on the run, 25 on the pass. Those are their definitions.
It's a lot of yards on both sides. 3rd and 10. And this pass caught by Rod Streeter. Touchdown. What a play, and what a series for the Raiders receivers.
I tell you, by either team's definition, that's explosive.
Martin back in as Ware goes out. Here's Martin. Straight ahead. Doug Martin. And Doug Martin is going to score in his hometown. Here's a little breakdancing there. 45-yard run by Doug Martin. Coming back home. Now it's 2nd and goal from the 4. And play action. And Freeman's pass into the end zone. Williams touchdown. Mike Williams with a touchdown. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have opened it up somewhat with 7:12 remaining in the 3rd. 2nd down and 9 from the 33. They go to Martin. Martin off the left side, breaks a tackle, and here's Martin again. Inside the 20, and Martin will get in for the touchdown. The first one was 45 yards. This one's 67 for Doug Martin. And Giordano is hurt and on the field, injured for the Raiders. So Marcel Reese is in the backfield, and Carson Palmer completes to Myers, and Myers gets in for the touchdown. Brandon Myers, first down at the 30. Martin, by the way, gained 143 yards on 9 carries in the 3rd quarter. Picks up where he left off, breaks a tackle, trying to outrace the defender, and he will. 70 yards this time. A rushing performance for the ages for the rookie Doug Martin.
And where does it go? Where does it start? Right up the middle once again. Carl Nix is gone. No problem, Doug Martin says, because I got you.
And again, the Raiders trying to get into a 2-possession game, an 11-point game. And there's the pass. Caught, touchdown, Brandon Myers, his 2nd of the game. So Brandon Myers, who led the team in receiving coming in but had not caught a touchdown pass, has grabbed 2. Here's Martin, who's itching to get back in there, needing 52 yards to break Adrian Peterson's all-time. Under 4 minutes remaining. First down. Palmer's pass. Caught. Touchdown, Marcel Reese.
Someone coming out of that bunch.
And there's Palmer. And he's going to throw it up for grabs. It's caught. Gerard Kreiner. And just as Carson Palmer was going down, he fired it up in the air, and Kreiner out-jumped. Second down and goal from the 1, and here is Martin. Touchdown! Doug Martin coming back to his hometown of Oakland, scoring 4 touchdowns for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who now lead it 41-32, and that is a team record. 4 touchdowns rushing.
You see these guys, they go in the shotgun because they know what they do to people when they go in the victory formation.
And that'll do it. And the game is over, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have their first win ever here in Oakland.
We own this division. Make sure they remember that today. We own this division. They do all the talking. We do all the hitting. You hear me, baby?
Welcome to New Orleans. Here come the Saints. Saints hosting the Falcons will look to keep their perfect season alive. That's the blocker, number 79, Mike Johnson. On second and goal off the fake. Ryan to the end zone. Touchdown. It is Johnson who is in as the extra blocker. And the Falcons, for the 5th time this season, have scored a touchdown on their first possession. Early lead on the Giants. On second and 10, it's Chris Ivory cutting to the outside. He turns the corner. Picks up the Saints first down and more. Ivory still going. One man to beat. Fends off Dante Robinson, and he is in for a 56-yard touchdown run.
To leave 3 in your secondary.
Breeze on second and 8. It's Jimmy Graham for a Saints touchdown.
This is a nice play design. You've got that little wide receiver screen. You come out, you pump the wide receiver screen. You get your defense to react to that, to step up.
Ryan looking, he throws, and with Jenkins draped all over him, Gonzalez makes the catch for the 100th touchdown of his career. Saints with 1 timeout remaining. Second down and 4. As Breeze fires, it is Graham, and he is in for his second touchdown and second slam dunk today.
Running the ball is an attitude, and that's something that this team has with Joe Vick.
And now Breeze hits Colston for a Saints touchdown. Falcons empty the backfield. First and goal from the 6. Ryan throws, end zone, touchdown. It is Tony Gonzalez again.
Again, it's good coverage. I mean, this time they actually have doubled him. It's amazing. Roman Harper's on top, press coverage. Look at the way they're competing. There's Curtis Lofton coming.
4th and 1. 16 seconds remaining. Gonzalez unable to make the catch. The Saints and their fans celebrate. So do the 1972 Miami Dolphins. The Saints back in the hunt. They've won 4 of them.
Vick. Wow, what a catch! Touchdown! Riley Cooper with one arm. Pretty good coverage there, too. And he hauls it in with one arm, and then it's a matter of whether or not he gets his feet in. 1 foot is down, too. Looks to me, Joe, like he had both feet down. Four-man rush. Pass is high, but caught. Beasley, first down. And Cole Beasley, Troy, is a guy that Romo way up down the field so they can get the ball into the end zone for a completion and a touchdown.
Jones out of the backfield. Smith misses a block. Eagles miss a couple of tackles. Touchdown. And hear it for more missed tackles by this defensive group, and there's Asamoah right in the middle of that problem again.
There's 3 or 4 missed tackles right there. Nate Allen has the first shot at it. Asamoah has to make that play, and he's coming off a game to where he did not tackle.
Blitz off the edge. Bryce Brown picks it up. Going for it all. Wide open. Touchdown.
Boys bring the blitz. Bryce Brown comes over and picks it up. Great job in protection, and that's why Foles has all kinds of time. Now they just run a simple seam route right down the middle with Jeremy Maclin, and they completely turn him loose. The middle safety, he bites underneath, and there's then nobody there.
Romo going for Bryant. Pass is caught for the touchdown. Penalty flag on the play, but it appears it's against Philadelphia. Let's take another look and see if this one was indeed a clean catch.
Pass interference.
I think so.
On the defense. A penalty's declined. Touchdown.
Remember, the call here is pass interference, so even if this one is overturned, it's in the...
After reviewing the play, the ruling on the field stands.
Wow. McBriar hits a good one. Harris from inside the 25. Has the far sideline. Has a blocker in front. And Dwayne Harris is going to go. Touchdown, no flags. Kick or punt return allowed for a touchdown in 71 games, and it is a big one.
Well, Matt McBriar had the sideline to work with, and
or 30.
2nd and 7. Foles sets up, throws behind, is picked off. Intercepted by Carr. That ball stayed in the air. And now Carr will coast into the end zone for the touchdown. His first touchdown as a Cowboy. And now the defense, which had only 3 picks all year, gets one from Brandon Carr, a pick 6.
It's a pretty good example right there of how important ball placement is in this league. We've seen a few of those on the slant route from Nick Foles where the ball's thrown behind.
And the 14 points, a minute 57 left. Handoff is to the fullback Havili. And Stanley Havili is in for the touchdown. Foles trying to get out of the end zone. Ball is out. Recovered by Dallas. Touchdown. Hatcher is there, and he will...
DeMarcus Ware, he rushes up the field, and then he senses Foles leaving the pocket. Foles never even sees that DeMarcus is there, and then Anthony Spencer is also closing on him. The ball comes out. Tough situation on the quarterback, backed up, limited time on the clock, no timeouts. Just trying to what this means to Andy Reid, but I can see where Nick Foles is going to be the starter here on out.
Here's a little flip back to McCoy after the catch by Deshaun Jackson. Playground time as the clock will expire. This is all a waste of time. And on top of it, Maclin gets one more hit. And the crowd lets the Eagles have it as Kyle Wilbur makes that last stop. Andy Reid is involved with his first 5-game losing streak in his 14 years in Philadelphia.
Inside the 10-yard line. 3-man rush. He has time. End zone touchdown. What a catch made by Benjamin Watson, the tight end. Waiting for the football by another Cleveland Brown receiver. And this time it's Benjamin Watson, the tight end. But with 11 in the right patterns underneath stuff. Felix Jones, right side. He broke the play. Touchdown. Well, again, it's been mainly through the air, and where they had to stuff it in. Romo going to go deep.
Touchdown!
Check it out. Moves just a little bit to his left, but look at him drop it right onto the hands of Des Bryant. That's a bad break for Dallas.
Look at the Browns set up now at the 17-yard line over the middle. Touchdown! Benjamin Watson! On its way. And good. The Dallas Cowboys improve.
And the extra offensive lineman for the Saints play action, and wide open is Jimmy Graham for the touchdown. On the 10th play of the drive, Jimmy Graham with a 2-yard touchdown catch, and the Saints score on their first possession.
You watch Jimmy Graham, clean release. They talked about bumping him at the line of scrimmage. No one bumps him, and then more problematic, no one covers him. A lack of communication, a breakdown that can't happen because Jimmy Graham and Drew Brees will eat you up. A lot of young receivers here in Oakland.
Second down and 10. Off balance, and this pass is picked off by Malcolm Jenkins. Jenkins down the sideline, inside the 30. Jenkins tight ropes his way into the end zone for a Saints touchdown.
But you have to do it, because when you don't, it turns into interceptions.
Was trying to get the ball to Brandon Myers, but he was off balance, and Tom Johnson leading the way, getting the block on Palmer, freeing Jenkins. Didn't go from the one after the pass interference penalty, and there's a play fake, and here is Palmer looking for any receiver, can't find one, and he finally gets it in there. Touchdown to Brandon Myers.
Boy, he did. He extended this play. Myers going to block, then find the hole in the zone. That's what he does well. And he says to Carson Palmer,
the ball remains there. And here's Drew Brees. He's gotten a lot of time and going into the end zone, and it's caught by Lance Moore for the touchdown. And really appreciating himself is Lance Moore in the end zone. We've seen a lot of dances on both sides for the Saints today. 38 yards.
And one thing Drew Brees does better than anybody is work that pocket. Look at him extend the play, allow Lance Moore to get downfield over the top of the safeties. His ability to work within the pocket, in the confines of the pocket, hang in there against Lamar Houston, who's oncoming, and throw a beautiful strike to Lance Moore.
Ingram is the running back. On first down, gets the handoff going outside. Ingram will have the first down to the 10, to the 5, and Ingram touchdown, but a flag is thrown at the goal line. Penalty marker down as Ingram runs it in. First down at the 22, and there is the slant, and it's caught, and the fumble, it's caught by Streeter, fumble picked up by Harper, and Roman Harper gets away. And finally wrestled down at the 32 by Marcel Reese.
Play now, trying to determine what is not a catch.
Receiver never had complete control of the ball.
And that's what Pete Morelli saw. So thank you, Mike Pereira.
Please set the game clock.
Looked like he had a couple of steps, but he really didn't have. The ball was moving around, John, and a good observation on the replay and question in his third year from Tiffin University. Play action, and Brees going into the end zone, and it's caught by Lance Moore for the touchdown. So they've been running the ball to both Ingram and Ivory, and finally Lance Moore gets free for his second touchdown catch of the game, and it's 34-10.
When you talk about the efficiency of Brees, 16 for 20 now, 3 touchdowns. Play action again. Well, when you've been running the ball effectively, it affects in the location of the football. And you see Jimmy Graham, he goes for the dunk. Lance Moore, the left-handed finger roll.
And another pattern into the end zone, and this one will be touchdown to Kreiner. Wanted to make sure he had both feet in. And that will be the last play of the game. And Malcolm
First down and goal. Kaepernick keeps it. He faked it to Hunter, and he walks in for the touchdown. Barely touched, if at all, and Colin Kaepernick has his 4th rushing touchdown of the season. He rides Kendall Hunter, and as soon as Will Smith takes him, then he's going to pull it. And you see the blocking on the outside. Randy Moss, the first half last week at Oakland. Breeze underneath, touchdown, Thomas. And now they're going to say he did not get in, although he wasn't touched. First they said no touchdown, but by the time he got across the plane of the goal line, clearly a score, and the officials got together and then signaled touchdown, the extra point to tie it.
Well, we'll take a look at it.
End zone. Colston. Touchdown.
Sure, Marcus Colston's feet are in bounds, which I believe that they were. It's his left in and then his right, but this is a perfectly thrown ball by Drew Brees. You're going to see the defender right here in the middle, and where Drew Brees has to throw that ball to keep it away, what the Saints were doing defensively.
Brees with a pump back. Now he's bent. Back the other way, it's Brooks, and Ahmad Brooks is going to go. Touchdown 49ers.
Here's Ahmad Brooks. You're going to see that Drew Brees, in his attempt to try to get Navarro Bowman to bite on the out route that was being shown. You see Jimmy Graham, he's trying to run a little double move there. He wants to move Navarro Bowman, but in the process of doing that,
Kaepernick. Gore. Touchdown. Frank Gore is in with a touchdown catch, and that's his first of the year.
In New Orleans, you're going to see as Kaepernick comes out, he could have run it himself in, or he could come out to Frank Gore as he decides to do, but that was a heck of a drive and an excellent job, obviously sparked at 3rd and 2 to the pass to Delaney Walker, even though he rarely this year has been able to get home.
That's the first sack for either team in this game. Pass is tipped and picked. Dante Whitner off the hands of Colston, and Whitner is in for the touchdown. Colson made the hit. Whitner gets the interception. Pass is caught. Collins for the touchdown.
Filling out this roster, but Jim Harbaugh and his staff, you watch them week after week. They're very well coached. They're talented. They're an awfully good football team.
Low snap handled by Rivers. Throws. Touchdown. Malcolm Floyd. And the slam. 21 yards on the hookup. Chargers go in front. The gun, he sends Rice to the outside. Flacco throws, caught, touchdown, Dennis Pitta. Ravens climbing back into it. Shotgun formation for Flacco. 1:59 to go. This is your ball game for Baltimore. Flacco in the pocket. Dump off. Rice has some room, but can he really get to that first down line? Rice stays on his feet. Oh, Ray Rice! Incredible! Ray Rice has done it, a first down for the Ravens with 1:40 to go.
And we will remeasure and decide and make the declaration as to whether it's a first down or not.
33.5 is enough for a first down.
Gentlemen, we are now moving into overtime. The rules of overtime, we will have a 15-minute quarter. Fourth quarter timing is in effect. All reviews will come from the booth. Each team will have 2 timeouts. Any score other than a field goal will end the game. Each team will have an opportunity to possess the football. Visiting captain, call the toss, please.
Tails.
The call is tails. It is ahead. San Diego would like the ball. Which way would you like to kick? Say we are. San Diego will receive.
From 38 yards away, Tucker sweeps the leg, and he knocks it through. The Ravens win. Somehow Baltimore finds a way. Ray Rice with one of the plays of the year in the fourth quarter to keep the drive alive, to get the game-tying field goal, and then in overtime. Full receiver set. 3rd and 11 now for Luck and the Colts. Deep drop, throws. He's got Avery. Flag down. Avery is in. Touchdown, Indianapolis.
They're going to call pass interference on the Lions. This is going to count against the blitz. Luck stands tough and delivers a perfect pass to Avery.
583 yards in a loss to Tennessee. Stafford throws, end zone. It's caught. Touchdown. Brandon Pettigrew holds onto it. Tremendous grab. 16-yard strike. Most drops in the NFL this season, the Detroit Lions. A blast up the middle. LaShore keeps on going. Touchdown, Detroit. And put himself in a vulnerable position sometimes in that pocket. Fake the handoff. Luck sets. He fires. Great grab by Fleener. Touchdown, Indianapolis. Kobe Fleener, his first NFL touchdown.
An elbow and a knee down on the ground.
2nd and 10 now for Indianapolis. Ballard. Vic Ballard weaves his way through traffic for the touchdown. Indianapolis. Strong statement to open up this second half. Louis Delmas could not bring him down, and Ballard made him pay.
How far off Vontae Davis is playing, too.
3rd and 12. Stafford looking in that direction. Now looks to the other side. Stafford, downfield throw. Dug out by Johnson. Touchdown, Detroit. Spectacular.
Looked up way down the field, and again
you look at his numbers in the wins, and they're off the charts. If Luck plays well, often Indianapolis finds a way to win. Luck downfield. Touchdown, Levon Brazil. Andrew Luck keeps the play alive and hits Brazil for 42 yards.
Dwayne Allen down the middle, maybe he's a primary.
Here we go. Final seconds. Luck steps. Luck, a little flip. Donnie Avery. He's in. Touchdown. Indianapolis has done it. Andrew Luck has shocked the Lions.
From the 12-yard line, Cutler keeps under pressure, throws and completes to Earl Bennett. Touchdown.
How in the world do you hang on to the ball when you get cartwheels like that?
1st and goal. Well done. Marshawn Lynch. Touchdown, Seattle Seahawks. The Seahawks, who have played here in the regular season the last 2 years and won those games. Forte has it. Touchdown. No. He rolls into the end zone, but he is marked. The official ruled him down at the goal line. He wasn't touched until after he slid in.
There's the point. I mean, and this is going to be a touchdown, I think, Chris, because he was down, the knee was down.
The runner was short, being challenged by Chicago. The runner was across the goal line when he was touched before the score.
Golden Tate at the bottom of your screen. has it. He's running inside the 5. He leaps. Touchdown, Seahawks.
A touchdown.
Right there. Now it's all yards after the catch. You get a missed tackle right there by Major Wright. You get a missed tackle by Kelvin Hayes.
Tails he calls. I'll let it hit the ground. Tails it is.
Oh, that's huge.
Russell Wilson throws. Sidney Rice. Game over. Russell Wilson to Sidney Rice. And Mike Carey saying we ruled it a touchdown on the field.
Well, Sidney Rice just got absolutely blasted. I hope he's all right. If he had that ball in his hand and he crossed the goal line, this game is over.
And you can see the official. It's a tough call, but he steps in and has his arms up for touchdown.
Yeah, that ball's over the plane. Touchdown. This game's over.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. The score, the game is over.
Touchdown, Russell Wilson to Sidney Rice. The Seahawks win on the road here in Chicago. Russell Wilson, who celebrated his 24th birthday on Thursday, rallies the Seahawks and celebrates a victory at Soldier Field. We'll have more from Chicago in just a moment.
The defense of the Cowboys unsettled.
We give it to Hawkins. Breaks it to the outside and finds the end zone. A touchdown for Andrew Hawkins. Vickers in front of Murray, who gets it. And did he find the end zone? He does. A touchdown. In the opening half today, and he clearly broke the plane.
Yeah, right there. This too will be reviewed from above on it.
And again, the crossing pattern, and Dez Bryant finds the end zone.
Throws like this from Tony Romo, suddenly stepping into the pocket with good protection, firing it fearlessly down inside the 5-yard.
1:17 to go in Cincinnati. Bengals show blitz. They give it to Murray. Bounces it to the outside. And did that second effort get him a first down? It did.
Play. The ruling on the field stands. First down.
All right, Brian Howell.
Simple but not easy.
Trying to win it is Bailey. And it is right down the middle. And the Cowboys have come to Cincinnati. And on a game-winning fourth-quarter drive by Tony Romo, they're able to smile and I'm sure let a lot of emotions go after all they have been through in the last 24 hours together. Playoff hope still alive for the Cowboys. They go to 7-6. Bengals hope still alive, but this is a big hit. And the jersey of Jerry Brown Jr. And our thoughts and prayers with his family. Let's go to Kurt.
Giacomini comes in late, and not the first time he has been flagged for trying to clean up the pile around Marshawn Lynch this year.
And Lynch carries. Look at Russell Wilson out there blocking for him. Can you believe this? It's a touchdown. First and goal from the 4-yard line after a 67-yard pass play to Anthony McCoy. Marshawn Lynch. Can he get another touchdown? Yes, he can. Skelton from his own end zone. And it's intercepted. There goes Richard Sherman. That is a touchdown.
Big chance to return this. You'll see a lot of hang time in direction of money.
He fumbles the football. And the Seahawks bat it around, and they have a touchdown.
So he's got a lot of football left ahead of him. He started his career in Buffalo as a first-round pick. Great move by these Seahawks to go get him. But to me, he seems like he's been in the league for 10 years. Awesome.
11 seconds remaining and 2 timeouts. Floater. Zach Miller. Touchdown Seahawks. And the 20th touchdown pass for rookie Russell Wilson. He's gone from a caretaker to taking care of everything on offense.
Earlier in the season, he just let Russell Wilson go.
As Lynch goes, and Marshawn Lynch. He might go. He could go. He did go. Beyond Washington and untouched into the end zone. Record-setting run for the littlest Seahawk, standing at 5'8", and the Saints 52-27. Some points there.
Second down, Breeze to Thomas, and a touchdown for the Saints on the game's opening drive.
Is what happens next. Thomas there on the edge. We've already seen him catch one little boot and waggle. With all the weapons they have, and Colston and Graham, you got to know
that Chase Daniel comes out, tells him to play, and here it is. Here's a good play.
And what's the matchup? Darren Sproles on a linebacker. I can find a matchup pretty much anywhere on the field that I like. Are you mismatching a linebacker on Jimmy Graham? I'm going there.
All right, second down and goal after the spike. And a touchdown to Lance Moore. That could be a divisional round matchup, perhaps. Wide open, and a touchdown for Joseph Morgan.
And this is as simple as a screwdriver. Just go vertical. Look how quickly Drew Brees gets the ball up and out of his hands.
England finds the end zone. That'll have him knocking on the door of close to a 100-yard rushing game. Not quite there. Orlovsky looking around, throws to the back of the end zone, and that's it. So the worst-ranked defense, statistically anyway, in the NFL throws a shutout today. A 41-0 win, and we're back to New Orleans in a moment.
Doesn't see much action on defense. Primarily a special teamer. 1st and 10, and Romo goes down the middle and has the touchdown. Right on Golden. We told you he had just come in. Romo must have spotted it. Then he went to his favorite target, Jason Witten. 2nd and 10. Looking, and still has it. Still fakes it. All kinds of time, and now open is Miller, and he Miller's in for the touchdown.
How good was that?
That was all about the quarterback.
It was great. So many things. Breaking the tackles. And watch the pump fakes. This is why you rush 3 against him, so you can give one of these pass rushers time to get there. And the defense, when it has to stay on the field that long, Jim, it's going to break.
And again, 1st down from the 24. Romo to the end zone, and Bryant has another score for the 6th game in a row. Dez Bryant finds the end zone.
You just got to get the guy off before the offense is ready to snap the football.
Dwyer's the tailback. He gets the call, and Dwyer straight ahead. No signal. Now, touchdown. Pittsburgh's never given away the whole season in the red zone. 3rd and 2. Roethlisberger looks, throws, got his man, and Brown's in for the touchdown. Antonio Brown. As Bryant now is guarded by Curtis Brown, the second-year man from the University of Texas. 3rd and goal. Now they run it, and Murray straight ahead for the touchdown.
What a call. They had them all off the line of scrimmage thinking pass.
Your choice. Tails is the call. It is tails. You want the ball, okay?
Now it's a young man named Dan Bailey out of Oklahoma State with a chance at victory. And the kick is good.
Olsen shifts into the backfield. This is Ingram, hop step, and then into the end zone for a Saints touchdown. From the 42 on 1st down, off the play fake. Romo going deep for Bryant. He makes the catch and walks it in for a touchdown. 58 yards from Romo to Bryant. 2 tight end set. Romo to Bryant again. He breaks free. And Des Bryant will take it all the way for his 2nd touchdown today. Again, like the first one, 58 yards. After Ingram lost 4 yards on the previous play. Breeze looking. He throws. Nice soft touch, and Lance Moore dives in for the touchdown.
That's what happens down here. You've got Jimmy Graham, who's going to have a height advantage. You've got Darren Sproles, who's incredibly quick out of the backfield.
3rd and goal. Breeze looking end zone. He throws. Touchdown. Pierre Thomas. An advantage situation right there with only 9. 1st and goal from the 3 to the end zone. David Thomas with a Saints touchdown. Bryant with 8 receptions today, 220 yards. There he is, bottom of your screen. Romo backpedaling, throws, end zone. It's Harris for a Cowboys touchdown.
What do I know, Kenny?
Back shoulder throw. Remaining here at Arlington. Everybody out. Romo on 4th down to the end zone. Touchdown! Miles Austin!
There's a hedge. Down.
Chase Daniel will place it down. Hartley for the win. His kick is good. So the New Orleans Saints come away with the victory in overtime, despite the Cowboys coming back from 14 points down to the final 4 minutes. Dallas very much stays alive. There will be scoreboard watching with the Giants and Ravens underway. And then the Cowboys and the Redskins next Sunday. But the Saints win this one 34-31, America's game.
It is a sunny but very cold Sunday afternoon in Philadelphia. The Washington Redskins come to town thinking about the NFC playoffs. 3 teams tied at 8-6, but if the Redskins win today and next week against Dallas, they will be crowned champions. Foles looking to the end zone. Touchdown, Jeremy Maclin. There is a penalty flag down on the field, but it looked like a Redskin crossed the line of scrimmage prior to the sack. We'll see if it stands. Touchdown. And it is a touchdown. 3rd down and 15. And they were looking for the screen. And now Foles in trouble, and he will be sacked, and the ball is loose. And the Redskins have it. The Washington Redskins, they have been a turnover machine on defense. It looked like Kerrigan stripped it away.
And Kerrigan stayed And look how he finishes it out. Foles fumbles again. Remember against Cincinnati, it was turnovers that spurred the comeback by Washington.
Swing it to the outside, and still on his feet and tiptoeing into the end zone is Joshua Morgan. And the Redskins lead for the first time today. Morris to the end zone, and Alfred Morris, his 10th rushing touchdown of the season. Already the rookie record holder in Redskins franchise history. Dallas and New Orleans tied at 17 midway through the third. Redskins lead here 20-13. A third down and 10. Look into the end zone, and spectacular. It is a touchdown into the corner to Santana Moss.
Spectacular throw.
So now first down at the 17, and they hand it off to Dion Lewis. Cuts it back to the end zone. Lewis's first touchdown of the season on his first carry of the afternoon. 8 seconds left. Foles looking. This will be the final play, and he cannot get it away, and there is 1 second left on the clock.
On the right side, in the back of the end zone, nothing there. Nice job. We got a penalty.
Although the quarterback was out of the pocket, he did not get the ball back to the line of scrimmage.
10-second runoff.
Yep. And the Washington Redskins.
Illegal forward pass by the offense. That brings with it a 10-second runoff. The game is over.
The Washington Redskins will play for a divisional championship.
For the sack and the penalty.
6
set and match.
Straight wins for the Washington Redskins. With help.
They've got to get to the 1-yard line. And here is Freeman. Freeman in trouble, spins around, throws to Williams. Did he have both feet in? Touchdown? It's the call. He's an extra offensive lineman. And is ounced in there. And here is Turner. Turner gets in for the touchdown.
Excited if you're an Atlanta Falcons by Michael Turner. Look at the hole up front, but then watch the violent finish. Running through the safety tackles of Mark Barron, and Rondé Barber can't get him down in time. That's big time running by Michael Turner. What this team needs.
Down on the 40-yard line of Atlanta. Here is Martin. Martin with a break, and Martin's still going. Martin to the 10. He's going to score. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Scoring Buccaneer team of all time with this touchdown run.
And you see it right there, the finish. You got to wrap your arms. You got to bring your arms because he's going to keep running.
Here's Ryan's pass. It's caught. It's in. Touchdown, Harry Douglas.
About the big three, and then don't forget about that guy right there, Harry Douglas. Matt Ryan does it as well as anyone. Does he love the big three, those big-time receivers? Absolutely. He's going to throw it to the open receiver, though. That time it was Harry Douglas.
With less than a half a minute to go. And the handoff is to Martin, and Martin goes down. Jasper Barone, Dan Quinn, Andy Stieber on cameras. Nicky Franklin, or Nick Franklin, I should say. He'll get me for that. And Matt Weber on videotape. And our box operator, Josh Weingrab. Justin Galitas, our graphics operator. Aaron Coons, Sports Vision, Yellow Line guy. Zach Baer and Rick Newstreet, audio technicians who capture the sounds of the game. Thanks to Bill Garrity, Rick Odioso, Brian Dwyer, and to you, John Lynch.
For next season. Kickoff is next. Coming up here on CBS. Happy holidays from Nashville, Tennessee. Temperature in the high 30s. Now the line of scrimmage is at the 2-yard line of the Jaguars. 3rd and 1. In the end zone is stepping in. And the Titans make it look easy. Chris Johnson with his 6th touchdown of the year from 2 yards out. Safeties on the fly patterns. Now it's 3rd down. Henny, beautifully targeted ball. Jordan Shipley on the payoff end. And the Jaguars drive down the field, and they're now an extra point away from tying this game at 7. Line to gain is the 20-yard line of the Titans. A 3rd and 10 it is. Here's a safety blitz. Ball is thrown. Look at that catch, and heading to the end zone is Justin Blackmon. That kind of talent gets you drafted number 5 in the first round. This he's sensational.
Yeah, when we get to a replay.
So, Chad Henne throws the pick, and on the run is the linebacker.
There's that speed.
Zach Brown, you talked about him, draft choice from North Carolina, takes it the distance, and the Titans are an extra point away from tying the game.
The way they use their hands, and they can really take advantage of bad technique by offensive line.
Now, a well-hit ball on the punt. Reynard, he turns the corner. Not done. Breaks away. He's heading home. He's in the end zone. And the Titans defense has brought them back. 69-yard punt return. Who needs an offense with these kind of special teams and defensive plays? And so it is quickly 3 downs and out on the first possession of the second half for the Jaguars. Here's a punt hit downfield. Reynard cuts back. They set up a blocking scheme. No markers. Reynard on the run. Reynard breaks through. Reynard still going. No signal. He's out of bounds. Touchdown signal. The Titans do it again. An 81-yard punt return.
Jake Locker and the offense have been on the sideline for a linebacker and a return for a touchdown, and 2 Reynard punt returns for touchdowns. They've got over 240 yards in returns, or 220 yards in returns, and 102 yards in total offense. Take control of the ball and score eventually.
Virtually a whole half of football still to be played, so they got time to stay with their game plan. Here's an interception. This could go in. Picked off. Another defensive touchdown by Zach Brown. And a bad situation for the Jaguars becomes horrendous.
A lot of spread look, all shotgun.
Came in very young though. Here's a block by the Jaguars. And will they get a special teams touchdown? They're going to. Mike Harris, a rookie defensive back from Florida State, a 6th-round pick, has a big moment.
There will be a whole lot of introspective looks and evaluation. Going for 2.
Rolling out. Chad Henne, incomplete. Final score, the Tennessee Titans rallying back from that blowout loss at Green Bay 55-7 to win today.